So I'm going to be adding commentary over this run. I did the run recently and intentionally didn't have my mic audio recording for the live version because I wanted to go back and sort of commentate specifically what's happening in the run and, you know, the RNG and the items I'm picking up and whatnot. So that's what we're going to do. Also, I went through yesterday and I trimmed out all of the load screens, be it a natural load screen or a quit out or even cutscenes. So it's going to be a lot cleaner for a viewer experience. So I hope you enjoy it. So first things first, we get trolled by the dog, which is great. Not much happening quite yet, just pretty normal stuff to pretty much any category right now. But just to kind of go over sort of what I intend to do in this category, it's pretty much, you could look at it as all trophies plus, but I feel like it's even more than that. Because it's not only getting all 3 endings, doing all the bosses, all the trophies in general, but for example, you only get 9 of the 12 tools in the trophy run, but in this run you get all 12 of them, and also I get all the gear sets. I also get pretty much all unique items outside of anything involved with the root chalices. And then all runes outside of root chalices, all gestures, messenger items, anything outside of pre-order stuff. But here I'm just going through, I got my weapons, getting some vials back there, and I'm gonna go trigger Eileen's quest here now. Which, because you have to do this here, to trigger the quest, but also I need to get her gesture. She gives you 4 gestures throughout the run. So this is the first one, but you also get a free 4 bold hunter marks here, which is nice. That means I don't have to pick up the ones before Gascoigne or the ones in Old Yarnum on the way to BSB. Now here with an extended cleaver, I'm going to knock out all that to grab these 2 oil urns for Gascoigne. And this is something that you can only really do in Glitchless, but I came up with a strat a while back for Gascoigne when utilizing the oil urns, and I'll explain it while it's happening, sort of how you can take advantage of them. Now we head up here now to sort of trigger the daughter quest, but also get the music box. I run to the left there because he seems to hit me a lot less if I do that. He can sort of wombo combo you, 2-hit you, you fall off the ladder, then he kills you with the 3rd hit. We talk to her until the first decision, get the music box. I intentionally don't skip the music box pop up there until I'm away from that section. I hold it a little long here, but it just interrupts your running. Then I ran over there and I got not only the torch, which I need, but also the 4 mollies next to it. Sometimes these guys you can just run straight through without having to do anything, but most of the time you have to knock them out of the way a little bit. And I take my gear off a little bit for fall damage, grab the shard here, but also because I'm about to equip the hunter set I get at the end of the sewer section here, up top. So go ahead and get my oil urns equipped, extend my cleaver, go ahead and heal early, just in case this guy decides to hit me. Grab this, kind of roll off at a slight angle to the left, I guess you would say. That one's hard to explain, but yeah. You can pretty much see where I'm rolling to. I'll get all the hunter set equipped. Alright, so like I said, I skipped the bold hunter marks here, but with this gascoigne strat with the oil urns, Basically, the opener is you throwing the oil urn and connecting with Gascoigne as he's running towards you. And then after that point, you're pretty much just doing backstab molly into backstab molly, and then you have to react to him, another backstab molly, and then he transitions, and you sort of pull back for a timing, and you molly again, and what happens for the final hit is the oil is on his first and his final sprite, so you get that bonus damage at the beginning here. You can see the damage there, but then the oil is consumed for his first sprite. And when you backstab here, and then when I pull back here, this molly actually does extra damage again, which makes it a very clean fight whenever it goes well. But anybody that's done any speedrun in any capacity knows how random gascoigne can be. Okay, so that is the first split done. Now we're gonna come up here and get the Blood Gem Workshop tool, which is picked up in pretty much every run. And hopefully every playthrough. And now up here I need to talk to the Dweller to activate the chapel. It's really nice to watch this with no load screens, was also throwing me off a little bit. Like, how did I get here so fast? Alright, so yeah, we exhaust his first set of dialogue there to unlock the chapel. Get the Cathedral Ward lamp, which I use like 76 times in this run. Slight exaggeration, but it's not far off. Grab the vials back there. And now my health's looking good in case the dogs hit me here, which is nice. Now we're gonna go over to talk to Alfred. You talk to him quite a lot in normal categories for the fire paper, but also I need to get his gesture here. So you have to talk to him a little bit extra after the fire paper. So there's the fire paper, there's the prayer. And now we go through like normal. I'm pulling up the quit up menu in case the dogs block me, which they do. I'm pulling the lever and then getting this Madman's pretty much for free while we wait for this to open. And kind of early on in this run, just as we're heading to Shadows later, I need to pop 2 of the Madmans I'm gonna get along the way. And the rest of them are gonna be popped away later. So we jump over the railing to hit the beam there to take less fall damage, and it's pretty fast. And I have to get this lamp pretty much just because of the Hunter's Torch, otherwise I wouldn't need it. Do a quit out here. So to the right there is a lizard, a shard, and the Hunter's Torch, but I'm gonna go do BSB first because I don't really need the echoes from BSB. So I just Hunter mark out anyway, so this order works out a bit better. So trying to exhaust his dialogue as fast as possible here, so that way I can, after the roll here, I can instantly run, because dialogue and running does not mix in this game. So around the bottom of the stairs, I heal extra there, and then you just kind of have to hope for the best with these guys. There's too many to bob and weave through to sort of do any sincere strat. I feel like it's just, you just gotta pray. Pray to Miyazaki that it works out. I go a little wide there for that NPC. Now here with my health being so high, I can easily drop off to the side here on this railing, or this beam rather. So make sure I'm sprinting, I kind of whip my character 90 degrees more or less. Hopefully hit this beam. If I miss it, I'll still live. Roll out here. And now there are 2 cocktails coming out, which I was getting before, but I've kind of tweaked the routing a bit after thinking about it, and I really don't need them. That's all I need to do is buy 1 later on anyway. I need 1 for the woods to get to the cannon and the beggar. Alright, now, like most runs that come to Old Yarnum, I'm gonna go here and grab these 6 pellets. Most of the time you can safely go to the left side, coming back through past that beast. But if there's another dog coming down, then you might have to adjust your pathing a bit. There are 2 bold hunter marks to my right just now, but I'm able to skip those because of Eileen's bold hunter marks. You could utilize them, but I don't like spending the time doing any sort of fluff early on in these runs since I have to reset so much. Alright, so into the stamina bar roughly, pop the fire paper, and then sort of right at these 2 squares underneath me, as you see where I'm popping that pellet, that's kind of the guide I use. Double backstab, try and get in front of her a little bit, and she goes for the jump instantly, so I'm able to parry, and then R1, L1. You can't do a double backstab when you get a parry like that at that point in the fight, especially, or just in general, really. And then she dies to this. That's sort of the one thing to look out for with, like, if she does an attack where you can backstab her and then you get another charge or 2, it's fine. Unless her health's low enough to where she's gonna react sooner. But in general, when you parry her like that, you can't do a double backstab. You have to charge R2 and then just an L1. So there, we kill the lizard for 3 shards, get the other extra shard, and then come down and grab the hunter's torch, and then I mark out with a hunter mark. And then we're headed back to the dream. And that's split 2 done. Right now I have to go to Isefka's clinic to unlock it for later. So basically you unlock the chapel and you unlock the clinic so you can send certain NPCs to different places for different reasons. And now we're headed to Central Yarnum to continue the daughter quest. This part's a little bit lame because you just have to come back to where you've already been and just run for like a couple of minutes just to do one little quest. But it is what it is. That's part of the fun, right? But since I don't have the brooch yet, I don't even get the option to sort of, I don't know if you show it to her or what. I forget exactly, but I just spam through the first option because it's only 1 of 1. Right here you just say no, and then you do option 2 to send her to Isefka's clinic and mark out instantly. I think you just show it to her though. Alright, that's split 3 done. Now we're off to Cathedral Ward for the 1 of 72 times, or 4 of 72 times, I don't know. I'm just making up numbers at this point. I definitely forgot where I was going for a second because I come here so often. Alright, so send this elevator up, immediately send it back down, get off at this super top secret area. And we're gonna get the Formless Odin rune. And then there's a Messenger Urn Festival. And now I take off my weapon, my main hand, and then I swap to fire paper so I can hit square when I need to slow down. And I call it the Natech. It's really useful. Here we swap to our mollies to kill this lizard. I think it's 2 twin shards here, yeah. Now I get my hunter mark ready. Now what I do here is sort of use my heal, my Vial heal, and then I just drop off slowly there, and then I drop off slowly again to get an animation cancel, and then hunter mark out. It's another split done. Now we're gonna push the elevator down again 1 more time, and that'll be for Upper Cathedral Ward later. And there's a rune in front of me there at that chest, but I don't get that till later when I'm stronger, so I can one-shot that mob. And I honestly didn't test whether or not I could skip killing him entirely, but it's pretty fast, just a one-shot anyway. Not far off getting the door grab there. It doesn't prevent fall damage, but it just skips you having to roll, so it's a little... I say free time save. It's a very difficult thing to get, but it is quite nice when you do. Now heal once at the end of my stamina bar, grab the small hair ornament, which I'll turn into the doll later. Get one of the umbilical cords, the old hunter bone, which is 1 of 12, and then the doll set. The doll set is the only set in the game I'm grabbing that I'm actually going to sell. Everything else I buy and keep. Slight stamina management, so that way I can heal for this drop. Now roll into this guy, backstab, Molly, and then R1, and he's dead. That gives us a beast rune. And now I grab the sweaty clothes. Quite a lot of gear to grab in this, and then at the end of my stamina bar roughly I jump to make it to the elevator, pop an umbilical cord, swap some of this gear over to the charred set for the extra fire resist for the dude coming up, and then I wanted to get that cold blood, but I was trying to go for the animation cancel, which is a pretty tight window for that particular grab, so I missed it there. That would yield me one more level later on, which is actually kind of useful for Pearl. I jump here, roll off, and if you do this right, you can get an animation cancel opportunity on the messenger item. The wooden shield here. And so I'm plenty of health at this point with this charred hunter set on, if this guy decides to roast me with his flame sprayer. Now there's a lot of madman's knowledge around this sort of courtyard, but I'm not gonna grab any until later, and I'm just gonna get one of them. But in NG Plus, I'll grab different ones. So after he hits you, and you know after you've survived it, hopefully, I strip down the last 3 pieces of gear to get ready for what's coming up next. One is to make sure that I'm not gonna survive the Snatcher. You want him to one-shot you after the blood bullet pop. And also I need to equip different gear anyway, so we talked to Arianna there. And you just spam through to send her to the chapel, and then here she is here. You get a gesture from her, and then you get her blood, and you can leave. And now here I'm going extra to the right to sort of aggro the Snatcher through the wall. That way he comes forward a bit, and you just essentially just die faster, which is nice. So you get up to him after he's aggroed, pop your blood bullets to hurt yourself, and then let him one-shot you. And also along the way I equipped the chess piece from the Black Church set. And that allows us to progress this quest with Adela. She has a lot of dialogue, so you just have to keep spamming through. And we send her to the chapel, which is the first option, then I immediately mark out. And then my last Molotov I have on me, I'm going to use for this lizard, which gives us 3 twin shards, which is very nice. And then I'm able to grab this lamp to get out of here, because I don't want to fight Parl yet with +0 and no stats. So we utilize this lamp now, and we're going to be able to use it later. So while I'm in the dream here, I go ahead and sell the doll set, since it's worth a lot of money. It's worth 35,000. And then we buy 4 Molotovs, and then give the doll the small hair ornament. And she gives us the tear stone in return, which can be popped for a gem. Alright, now I talk to Adela to get her gesture, and then also get her blood. And the reason I popped Arianna's blood earlier, if you noticed in the jail, was so I could receive Adela's blood. Because that's one of the unique items I want. You can't be holding both at the same time. And now as I'm running up here, I'm doing some readjustments to my quick bar, my gear, just putting back the hunter set. getting everything situated. And normally I would also have a cold blood here to equip, but I missed it earlier at the shortcut, so yeah. And I'm sure everyone's seen the Amelia strat a million times, so not much to talk about here. Just fire paper, transition for the cutscene, and then pellet just before. Let's see what's coming up though. Oh yeah, I don't know if I mentioned, but yeah, I did go to Ailing there and get her gesture as well. And then after Amelia dies here, I'm going to pop the tear gem that I got, or the tear stone, to get the gem that I got from the doll. And I would pop the cold blood as well, but I don't have it, so pop the tear stone, which gives us the tear blood gem. Interact with the altar, get the gold pendant. I do not need this lamp in this run. I don't know, I just, old muscle memory compelled me to light it there, so that was just a complete waste of time. And now as I'm running down, I should equip the torch and quick slot the gold pendant. And now on the way down here, I'm gonna run past a madman's knowledge, but I'm not gonna grab it until later when I come back for Alfred. It's right there in front of me, so I don't need it quite yet. It's just another one of those small things, like I'd rather do what I can later in the run, so if I reset, I'm spending less time. Break that, get 2 twin shards, barely slipped through that guy. I thought I was gonna get stuck for a second. And now there is a gem here, which is really nice early on. There's an antidote there, but I don't need it in this run. You're able to utilize the church sets to get high poison resist for the poison lake later. So while I'm waiting there, pop the blood gem for the beast, and then get the madman's knowledge from the password guy. Roll down here and get the twin shard. And now I'm not going to progress through the woods quite yet because there's still some things I need to do. So kind of the reason I go here at this point though, and have already killed Amelia, is to get a +5 early, and I die here by the way. So that guy's attack, that specific attack, hits you through iframes. It's very annoying, but it's not like a huge time loss. So I just keep the run going anyway. It's really hard to get a run going and get a deathless run especially. So I just said, screw it. Alright, and there I bought a cocktail and 14 shards to get me up to 19, which allows me to get a +5 cleaver and a +1 gun. And the reason I get the +1 gun there is to unlock the gem slot so I can equip it. The gem that the doll gave me earlier. So yeah, +5 with the 2 gems. And then murder the doll, get 25-19. If I'd popped the cold blood, I could have got 25-20. And then we head back to Cathedral Ward, talk to the beggar for a gesture, and then we're heading down to Odin Chapel to fight Henrik. And this is one of the reasons I get an early upgrade to my weapon and early stats. Get the brooch there. Heal to full just in case, and just creep up behind him, pellet, double backstab. Visceral after a slight delay for stamina. Get my stamina almost full, charge R2, L1, go behind the gravestone. I'm kind of peaching out here. Then I do a charged R2, another charged R2, just to be a little safe. And I don't see Ailing anywhere, she must still be up top, so I quit out after I grab the item, which pulls her down next to the lamp. And then I talk to her to get her gesture. And like I said, she gives you, I think I mentioned this earlier, she gives you 4 gestures. So you have to talk to her quite a bit in this run. And now as I'm running up to warp to the woods to go to Shadows, or not Shadows quite yet, just going to the woods to do the beggar and the imposter quest. Or rather, murder the imposter. And I grabbed the stair item while I'm there, which I tried to grab earlier in the run, but I didn't wait long enough when I was spamming. And now here, we're running through the woods to get... I'm gonna go ahead and grab the 4 pellets, which are pretty standard in most categories. But I'm also headed towards the beggar and grabbing the cannon while I'm here. But there can definitely be some rerouting and optimization. Definitely a lot of optimization. But it's just... I'm the only one that runs this, so... I'm figuring out what I can. And I heal here, almost the end of my stamina bar, just as I enter this little hut. Sort of heal pull in, grab these 4 pellets. And then we're gonna hang left up here, and I have my 1 cocktail that I bought earlier ready to go. So I'm gonna sort of jump at an angle here, head towards the left, line up a nice little cocktail throw. You can throw it in a position to where he just throws himself off the edge, which is really nice, but he's not so much of an issue. Like, I sometimes quit out for him and I sometimes don't. In this run I do quit out for him, because when you run through and talk to the beggar and you come back to get the cannon, sometimes he can block you if you're not really fast or if you just get really unlucky. So I choose to quit out here, but also the biggest reason I quit out, do option 2 here to send him to the clinic so I can kill him in a second. The main reason I quit out though is because there's another one of those same types of enemies at the beginning of the woods. And his positioning, if you don't reset him, can be very unideal, non-ideal, whatever. I get about half stamina after that guy, so I can make it all the way to this elevator. I go ahead and equip the Blood of Adela. I'm gonna use that soon. I'll talk to Walter. Join the league to get the rune impurity and keep spamming through. And I think that last stretch of dialogue there, he'll just do later perhaps, if you don't do it now, but I go ahead and do it at that position. There might be a reason why I do that early. Maybe it does mess with things later. And now we're going back through, and this enemy to my right here, this beast, can be more to your left side when you're running through if you don't reset it. And he more than likely will do this really aggressive gap closing attack and just one-shot you, so that's why I reset him. And I go about full stamina here for this part, and that gets me just to where I need to talk to Patches to get the tonsil stone, which I don't use, it's a unique item, so I wanted to get it. There's a tonsil stone, and now I'm gonna quit out here. That way I don't get stuck behind this gate, and then I can grab the 4 elixirs. And now you can see I equipped the Black Church set, which has really nice poison resist, and I grabbed the Beast Roar there. I use Blood of Adela, I'm not actually using a regular vial there. One, to get it out of the inventory, but also it's really good for if I get hit by the dogs, or when I drop here. You can see the bird hits me, my health's still going up. I drop there, my health's still going up, and it's back to full. And then I swapped some of the black set to the white set for the even extra poison resist. And then I get my stamina roughly to full before I start running in the actual water. And then just run a clean line here to avoid getting poisoned. That was a bit closer than normal. I was trying to do it a bit more optimal and quicker. Which, I didn't get poisoned, so it doesn't matter. I just saved time there. Alright, now we are going to the clinic to not only deal with the imposter before I kill Rom. If you do this now, you're able to get a rune. If you do it later, then she's just on the table and you kill her and you get the umbilical cord. But I prefer the rune, so I do that version. And then I'm able to get another third, which would make the third one. Since there are 4 thirds you can grab, I actually get 3 of the thirds. And then the other one instead is a rune in this particular routing, so. Now I slap on the regular hunter set. There's a madman's there, but that one's pretty baity. Like if you grab it, there's a good chance the brain sucker there is going to mess with you. So I choose not to get that one, and I don't really need it. I get plenty later. So yeah, re-equip all the hunter set because I'm about to fight the imposter. And now here, this is the daughter that you sent here earlier. So kill that. Grab the Canehurst summons. Kill this one, which is Yosefka. Get her vial. Then on the way back through, grab this rune from Gascoigne's daughter. And now this is the beggar that we just sent here. And I'll loot him on the way back through. And this is a communion rune. Now loot this, which is a really nice... This is the tier 2 beast rune. Which, if you guys didn't know, these beast runes dramatically affect your fall damage. So they're very nice to have once you can equip runes. And here I kind of pop the pellet and wait just a little bit extra so she goes further to the left and sort of gets out from behind that like little coffee table thing. A little bit sloppy in that one moment, but otherwise a very nice fight. I find it a lot easier to fight her towards the left than if she gets kind of stuck in that little nook back there, so. We loot her for a rune. And now I get the stair item here, which is for the DLC. And then I'm going to the jail, which I got the lamp for earlier when I was doing Adela's quest. Now we're headed to Parl. So this is with 2019 strength skill. 2519, sorry. The Alfred gem and the Beast gem equipped. And a +5. So I have plenty of damage. I probably don't even need the Beast gem, honestly, but I use it anyway. And now I pop the pellet about right here at this little patch of grass slash section of rocks. A full normal combo, R1 3 L1s, and then R1 L1 for the stagger, trick the weapon back, R1 visceral, and then I do an unlocked 3 or 4 R1s depending, but my damage was a little bit low here, so I had to hit her one more time. And I'm blaming that on not getting the 20 skill that I normally would have by missing that cold blood, but maybe if I just L1'd at the end that'd have been cleaner. So that's Parl done. Now we're gonna continue through, and because we went to the back side here, Jura will be friendly to us, and that will allow me to not only get his badge without killing him, but also I can get the gesture from him as well. You get the powder keg, hunter badge, and brush off dust gesture. That being said though, I'm still going to kill him after the fact. But if you don't do this, then you can't get the gesture. Which is the only reason. Otherwise I'd kill him way earlier in the run. So it's a big time commitment to get this gesture, but whatever. Because if you kill him earlier in the run, like when you're running through initially going to kill BSB, you can just basically lock onto him, run to a specific spot, and then do a running R2 and knock him off with the cleaver. You can use other weapons too, but... Alright, we do option 2 here, spare the beast. So we get the badge there, the gesture, pop a pellet immediately, double backstab, visceral. As soon as we nudge forward here, just a little bit, queue up the R2. L1 just in case. I used to have a +6 here and I was able to just finish him off with the last charged R2, but with the +5 he lives. So it can be a little tricky sometimes. And then we're going to continue through here up top to get the Bloody Messenger head bandage. This jump is pretty tricky sometimes. I've missed it plenty. So grab that and then use one of our bold hunter marks now since we have 40k. And then we're gonna get out of here, go back to the dream. That's that split done. Now I'm headed to shadows. And this is what I was talking about earlier. As I'm on my way to shadows, I pop 2 Madman's Knowledge. While I'm just waiting for the elevator, because I have to wait to push it back up anyway, so you have plenty of time to kill here. So push that elevator up for later, which will be utilized for Vaulter. And then do a jump here. Careful with this jump, if you're not familiar with it, you can get stuck on the left side. So make sure you have a good lineup there. I can't really go into detail right now, but I'll make a guide video one day. I'll roll here and get these 2 twin shards and then jump across right here, and we're headed over to get the Graveguard set. So this is the helm here, or the mask, whatever, and then the other 3 pieces are here. So that's the full set. And now we're continuing through. The woods can be very confusing if you're not familiar with it, so if you're trying to get to shadows from that point, just go this way. And do a nice jump here, go full stamina, and then that allows me to heal just after using the stamina bar. So I wait for my stamina to go up just a little bit and then I heal. That way my stamina goes more or less to full, and that allows me to get here comfortably to the point where I need to pop the pellet right at these bones. Then I run in between these guys with an extended cleaver, let my stamina build up a little bit, and then I go for a good opener here. Did not really get a great opener. And you kind of want to get a lot of collateral here, and you're trying to also get, not only is that great for damage, but you're also building up your meter dramatically fast. And whenever you parry the katana guy, he's a very tanky shadow, so it's sometimes good if you have the chance to do a charged R2 immediately. But it's not exactly free, because you have to consider if you're in the position to connect with that hit, but also with the other shadows there, sometimes they could attack you and interrupt your charged R2, so you have to be very careful with it, but you can do a ton of damage like that to him. On top of when they're transitioning, you can also backstab him and then visceral or another charged R2, because he's the tankiest one of the bunch. So you can see there I pop Yosefka's Vial. Not only does that get that out of my inventory, but also it heals more than a normal vial. And then I pop an elixir here around the bottom of the stairs, roughly, to pretty much make Yuri a non-issue, because she's a huge pain in the butt for glitchless runs. And I get the key here since it is glitchless, so I have to open this door up here. And there are a lot of items I'm skipping currently, but I try my best to push all the extra stuff until either NG plus or mostly NG plus 2 that I can. So currently I'm grabbing virtually nothing in Bergenworth as an example, but I'll get a lot of stuff later. Alright, so I shoot her, pellet, swap to my fire paper, trying to build up a little meter here, fire paper, and I should be able to one-shot all these spiders now. Bolt paper is better for this fight, but I don't have any bolt paper, so I'm just using the last fire paper that I have. Not the worst spiders, definitely not the best. It's pretty average, I would say. Now with the transformed weapon, lock on and triple transform attack. I go for the shot here. That has a chance to sort of lock her out. I get an early stagger, which I did not expect. Now I use the moonlight as a guide as like my 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock would be the second spawn, and I run basically towards 7 or 8 for phase 3. I should have L1 there in hindsight for the last attack. Now I run over kind of just in front and to the left of the second spawn to get the insta orb. It's a pretty generous spot. And now we're in Yarhagul. I quick slot the Cold Blood, which Rome just gave us, so I can pop that later after one reborn. And now there's an item to my right and a chunk, but I routed it to where I don't have to get that chunk anymore, and then I can just grab that iron version of the Yarhagul helm later. Alright, so kind of strafe that gunshot there. Around the end of my stamina bar, I'm gonna jump here. Just to roll off. And let's see, what do we have to get here? So there's a chunk here. Then I'm gonna get the Upper Cathedral Ward key, which I'll use very soon. And then I need to get... I'm gonna do a quit out for this chest grab, just to reset these enemies and get the tiny Tonitrus. Man, I actually love watching this without load screens. It was a pain to trim out everything, but I think it was worth it. So I mean, I probably spend, between AFKing and just load screens in general, it's probably like an extra hour to the run as far as watching it back. Now I do a quit out here because it's really easy to get stuck in this little door here. And that was one of the air runes that I just grabbed. And in this run, you don't get every single rune, because like I said, you gotta do root chalices for some versions of runes. But I do get 2 of the 3 air runes, which is nice for generating a lot of echoes, sort of exploiting the phase 1 kills of certain bosses. So it's kind of nice. And then kill this lizard here for 2 chunks. Now if you do this jump, I think a little bit further left actually, you can get rally health back from that guy, but it's not really that big of a deal, so I'm gonna have to heal later anyway. Alright, so this guy, this beast NPC that just passed, he does drop a claw mark rune, but I'm not gonna kill him now. I'm gonna come back later to do that. I did loot the moon rune beside him though. So aggro him, pull back a little bit to grab the 2 chunks there. Paper, 2 more chunks. And this paper is all we need up until I restock basically. So it works out pretty nicely. And then I could get this later, but it's just right there on the main path, so I'll go ahead and grab the Yargle set. Grab some Madmans. I just grabbed the 2, there are 3 there, but I do grab quite a few, but I don't need every single pickup. And now I sort of heal bait around this column here. Grab this 18% gem. And this part, you're basically, if it goes more or less vanilla, what you're doing there is you're giving that casket enemy, whatever they're called, you're safely letting them spit, and then you're buffing, which you need to anyway, and this fight's fairly short, so it lasts the whole duration, where you're just like letting him spit and then doing something while you're waiting. About half stamina here, roughly. R1, L1, L1. Go to the front to try and get double hits. Sort of aim down here. Get out of the way of the corpse drops. He doesn't stagger yet, so we hit him again. Heal to be safe. There's a lot of times in fights where, like, I feel like a good example of a fight where you can sort of take advantage of having no stamina and having something to do while you're waiting for the stamina to regenerate. A good example is Shadows, where if you're familiar enough with the fight, you can get to 0 stamina and maybe you have half HP and you can use that time to heal up for free while you're waiting for your stamina to go up anyway. But obviously, there's the whole issue of like, depending on when you do it, you could just get hit instantly again. But I notice a lot of people don't take advantage of that. And now I do not have to send the elevator back down here. This is the last time I need to come this way. So I one-shot him with a +8, no, +5. I don't get a +8 till after this. I had the route initially to get a +8 before I went to Upper Cathedral Ward, but it seemed faster to get it after because I need to go up top anyway in the dream later. I did do a quit out there. I listened for the 2 gunshots, and depending on their timing, I will or will not quit out there. I chose to quit out since I was in the green, and I didn't hear the shots correctly, so. Here we're getting the badge, Radiant Sword Hunter badge. This unlocks some weapons I can buy later, and also like fire paper and probably some other things that I don't need. I think I get the elixir here. Yeah, I do. I wasn't getting this one, but I thought of it as 2 insight, which is good, so I went in and grabbed it there. Yeah, kind of slip through these guys. And I need this lamp for later. So the reason I'm coming here now is because I need to get, mostly I need to get the make contact gesture, so I can use that when I go to the brain in the next split. 3 R1s to stagger him out, to be able to slip past and grab the set of gear here. But also while I'm here, I go ahead and grab the Cosmic Eye Watcher badge, which unlocks a few things, but mainly pellets and elixirs, which is really nice to have unlocked. 2-shot this guy, move forward to go ahead and aggro this guy while my stamina's going up. This goes really poorly here. Probably one of the worst ones I've ever had. He does this instant grab attack, and I just did not expect it. I didn't react appropriately, so this is a terrible fight. And this is, I think this is the reason why I used to get a +8. These guys are a lot easier with a +8 versus a +5. And also the 18% gem helps. So that's part of the gear there, the blindfold cap. I'm gonna grab the elixir on the way. Do a quit out here, just time save and resetting those enemies is nice. And there's the make contact gesture I need for the brain later. So here, if you quit out sort of where the door opens, it pushes your character outside of that. So that's why I moved forward there a little bit before the quit out. And without bolt paper here, I need to do 1 extra R1. Go ahead and grab that madman since it's not too far out of the way. And if you do grab that one, and then the wolf comes through the window there. This part's pretty scary. After a quit out, these guys can be pretty aggressive. So I get really peachy here and run wide. Fortunately, the brain sucker gets very aggro there and comes all the way out, so I'm just here in this hallway alone safely, which is nice. And I grab some ritual blood 5s there, so I don't have to buy as many later. They're pretty expensive, so it's nice to grab them. And then we're out of here. So that's a very bad Upper Cathedral Ward. Now I get the +8 with the gem. So I buy 8 pellets and 6 twin shards. And then I go to a +8, the weapon, and swap the beast gem to the 18% gem. And then we're off to lecture building. And we're going towards Miko. Alright, so I used that one cocktail I bought earlier, but then I got 2 free ones basically from the beggar, so I choose to use one here. So I don't have to do a quit out. And with a +8 here, I just have to do 2 R1s and 2 mollies. And honestly, the more I look at that, the more I think I don't even need to have mollies there really. I could just do a full combo and probably kill that lizard with this damage. This part's a little dangerous for the first 2, I feel like, especially that middle one. But with this last one here, if it goes normal, more or less, that guy's in a really good position for you to just run straight past. And then my stamina is a little bit off here. I'm holding it down, but it's just slightly off, I believe. It usually is here. I have to do a little bit of stamina management. Alright, so if you have normal stamina here, like no upgrades, you can just hold your stamina bar the whole way for this part until you get to this guy and you have to wait for him to move anyway, so you can do a bit of stamina build up. And there is a rune off to my right down there, down the elevator, but I get that in NG +2. And if you need the elixirs, they're to the left up there. I just go straight down because I don't need them. You can more or less hold stamina here, or hold sprint. That attack, if you get hung up on him at all, you pretty much die, so you gotta be careful with that one. That's the danger one. And now it's time for Miko. Which, normally Miko... It's a trolley fight, but it's not one that I'm just like ever super stressed about. I mean, I feel like a lot of it's just on you, and you can get, I guess, unlucky with obviously the RNG of Swedish or whatever. But that is what it is. You can't do anything about that. My issues are really if the gunshot just decides to completely miss for this part up here, or which actually, speaking of, yeah. Which that might be on me. But I mean, whatever. It's a horrible Miko fight. And then he doesn't even come forward, so I have to go back in. Yeah, I remember being, rightfully so, pretty annoyed at this point of the run. Oh, now he comes forward. Cool. I'm angry all over again. So yeah, absolutely train wreck Miko fight here. But anyway, what I was saying is, so Miko's normally like whatever. I mean, he can be annoying, but I never really stressed about him too much. But in this particular category, you have to go all the way down these stairs and get the tier 2 moon rune, which is possibly one of the worst grabs in the entire game. It's so scary with the way these enemies are set up. And you just watch how close I get to dying here. I mean, it's on me, but I should have died like 4 times over here. That was so lucky. There's 8 vials there. I also grabbed those 3 sedatives earlier. They can be pretty handy. A little bit peachy, but I think they're worth grabbing. We do get phase 2 Sweden. Woohoo! At least we get the drop here. I should have healed a little sooner there. I wasn't really thinking about it. You can pretty much heal for free there normally. And there is a key for the iron door, kind of at the bottom of this area, but I don't get that until NG +2. I don't even get to use the key, it's just a unique item that I want to grab, so I just wait till later. I light this lamp so I can warp to it in a bit. And I should have all the chunks I already need. I can see I checked there and make sure I had 8. A little bit of stamina management, and then I do a running R2 here just to deplete my stamina to make it where I can just nudge forward without letting go of sprint. And see, I swapped to a couple pieces of the Graveguard set for extra frenzy resists. Because this is a frenzy zone. A danger zone, if you will. It does help. Alright, so good pattern on the Winter Lanterns. We're gonna get another 18% gem here. I go ahead and sedative to get that off of me. Get the build-up off. And now we're gonna go pull the lever to release the brain down into the abyss. For 2 reasons. One is I need to kill the brain for the living string, but also that make contact gesture I got earlier in Upper Cathedral Ward is going to be used in the abyss to get the tier 3 moon rune, which I need. Not only do I need it for the category, I also am able to utilize it for extra money, which is really nice. I pretty much keep the tier 3 moon rune equipped the entire run once I get the rune tool. I thought I died there. I mean, my health was non-existent. I looked spliced. And now I extend my cleaver here to deal with any potential mobs next to the elevator. But you can see the entire area is gathered up at the top of the stairs there. Surely nobody else is even on the map at this point. Alright. I get here, there's nobody to hit, so I go ahead and swap my gesture out to make contact so I can use that shortly. Pop the brooch to get the red blood gem, mostly just to get it out of my inventory. It's just a quest item more or less. You can use the gem, but you don't ever find a good time to equip it, so... You can see I'm not using make contact yet. You don't actually need the brain to be alive for that. So I just kill it first. But I don't know. Some sites say this is only supposed to take like 35 seconds up to, but mine takes forever here. So you can see that took quite a long time to actually activate. And I lost a lot of time there, mostly because of the Miko fight though. That fight was terrible. Alright, so we already have the 8 chunks that we need, and we picked up the blood rock more or less for free on the way through. Now I elixir just at those stairs there, roughly. Grab this 15% attack gem. And then while I'm on the elevator, wait just a split second. Paper, pellet just before it reaches the top. And then I don't even stamina manage, I just run all the way, transform for the cutscene. Try and get some transform attacks for meter early. Pretty good start so far. Should stagger there. Yeah, really good RNG. Yeah, this is one of the better wet nurses because she's just not doing anything. That's very nice. There's not really a lot to do here. Normally I'd go through and delete gear and stuff, but not in this category. I actually need it all. Delete the unnecessary gems though. And I go and re-equip my sewer hunter set that I got. But then like the Madman's and the Great One's wisdoms I could pop now, I just really don't need to yet. Save most of them for later. And that is Wet Nurse done. Now we're off to Canehurst. So I one-shot the doll with a running attack, get as much strength as I can, making sure I have enough echoes to level up to a +10. Swap out the gems. So currently for NG non-DLC without farming, I have the best gems I can get. Now we warp to Cathedral Ward to head to Hemwick and Canehurst, and I can't utilize the Grand Cathedral lamp that I mistakenly got earlier. But the reason I don't get it is because I can't use it because it's locked out by the Bloody Crow right now. So you can't actually warp there. So we have to take the long way. You can see poor Eileen up there. Just got her ass kicked. And that's a bloodshot eyeball, which I do need 9 of later, so I go ahead and grab one there. And those are worth 2 insight each, so it's a pretty nice grab. And then I grab 3 bold hunter marks, which I use all 3 of before I'm able to restock. There's not a lot happening in Hemwick, which is not unusual for any category really. But even with grabbing all the items, all the unique stuff, like I only grab 1 rune and a rune workshop tool and kill the witch. That's it. So all this running through for 3 little things. It's pretty great. Great area. I wish there was more to do. But Canehurst makes up for it a little bit. My stamina is a little awkward here. I was concerned with getting knocked off there, but it worked out just right. Just a little concerning for a second. Now normally I would get to the end of my stamina bar here, hug the edge, and then pop the elixir in front of this mob here, but I need to extend my elixir a bit further, so I jump off right here as soon as I can. And I hope I don't aggro, but I do end up aggroing here, so I go ahead and do a quit out to reset those dogs. Grab this lake rune, run a little bit forward, pop the elixir. You can pop it at the end too, closer to the rune, but it lasts plenty of time now. I mostly want it to not aggro too many dogs Which, I mean, I quit out anyway, so I guess that really doesn't matter, but mostly for these guards here at the door. I don't like running past them without an elixir. You can see it drops off just in time to pop the pellet here, which is nice. And just 5 R1s. I lock onto the first one, but I don't lock onto the second one. And right about the end of the bed is where I start making sure my stamina is building up, and then I can sort of jog to the witch without sprint, and I should have enough stamina for 5 R1s by the time I get to it. Now that's the rune workshop tool, which I don't think is necessary for all trophies, but it's a unique item, and I actually need to equip certain runes for certain quests and whatnot, so I do actually need it for this run. It's just convenient more so in, like, trophies, for example. Now we're just pretty much holding sprint here until I get right next to the warp here, and then I'll let go and just kind of whip my character left. And then run into the carriage. It can look a little crazy though in situations like that where it's a lot of like, it's cutscene into gameplay into cutscene again instantly. With me trimming out all the cutscenes. For your viewing pleasure. Alright, now I'm popping the second cord, which I got from Wet Nurse. Can pop it here for free as long as the fleas aren't chasing you. Alright, waiting for this door to take forever to open. But yeah, Canehurst has quite a few pickups at least, and I may or may not do something silly here. I hugged right too hard and ran right into her, and I was like, well, I'm dead. I just accepted it. But somehow I made it. R1, L1 her. Because she can be very much an issue, as you could probably tell. Grabbing that dress. Go ahead and heal at the end of my stamina bar there. And then this guy, I was like, I don't want to jog past him, basically, so I go ahead and heal early and stamina manage. And then this guy, I just lock on and shoot, which I normally don't do, but I don't know. I was still on good pace, so I don't want to ruin it by something that silly. Then this is the executioner set here. I get smacked by that guy. And now this is an online item. I think it's called the Vial Blood Register. But I grab it anyway since it's unique. Slip past them. Watch out for this guy spitting darts at us. Or blowing darts at us. Go to about full stamina there to make sure I have enough to make it all the way to this jump comfortably. Jump over the railing. I don't really need to worry about my vials at this point. I get plenty in a second. So grab the Executioner's Gloves, which is one of the 12 tools. R1, L1, her. And this is the Knight set. Now that is 3 of the 4 pieces. I get the rest of the set up on the roof in a second. I'll pull this lever to move the bookcase over and reveal a super top secret ladder. Wow. I should have trimmed out not only all the load screens, but all the ladders as well. That'd shave off another 10 minutes. Alright, then we can kind of run to the left here on this roof to get the Knight's Wig. Do some parkour. And we find the top secret boss that nobody's ever found. known as Trollgarius. And so, towards the end of the stamina and just before the cutscene, go ahead and pop the pellet and then trick the weapon here. Lock on, dash that. R1, L1, he does the troll attack, so I dash L1, run up to him, R1, L1. Then he transitions now, so I just do a bunch of hits there. I cut it kind of close with those two transform attacks. But it worked out, so it's all good. Now take off my helm to get ready to equip the crown here. So grab the crown, start sprinting, slap on the crown, try and transform my weapon for this cutscene. Swap back. Now that we've used the crown, we don't need it anymore. We can just put back on our real helm. Skip through her yappy dialogue, and the first thing I usually grab here is the summons, because I don't want to forget that. Now by swearing this oath here, we get the rune, and we get a gesture, and we get the badge. So quite a bit to do in Canehurst, which like I said, makes up for all the boring stuff in Hemwick. Now this is what's called bloodbath time, because I murder everyone and get their loot. So the beggar, done with his quest, murder him for a rune. And then Arianna's quest finishes out here. Kill the baby, and then we get the umbilical cord and Arianna's shoes, best item in the game. And then two-shot Adela to get her rune. And I go ahead and slap on the cord to pop later. I kind of get ahead of myself here and have it equipped as a reminder, but I need to mark out here first and then use the cord as I'm warping to the DLC. And I kind of flip-flop those. And you can see I grabbed that Madman's Knowledge that I mentioned earlier. Just grab it now since I have to run through the second time to get to Alfred and get to the tail end of his quest. So finish his dialogue, give him the unopened summons, and then I'm supposed to just bold Hunter Mark after I get the gesture there. But I end up having the cord selected, so I wasted a bunch of time there. But what I'm supposed to do is pop it while I'm waiting for Amygdala to grab me. Now this chest is slightly better, so I swap it out here. And now we light the DLC lamp, but I don't actually go here yet. Go straight to the Vial Blood Queen's chamber. To do more of Alfred's quest. Get the Queenly Flesh. Get his gesture here. And then go back to the dream. That's that split done. And now I already have the Upper Cathedral Ward lamp from earlier, so we're going to utilize that to go back and actually kill the bosses and get a few things. So I want to pop my pellet pretty early here. So that way when I get to the elevator I can pop another one for free for Debbie. And I would say in pretty much any trophy run, all bosses run, I'm gonna do YOLO Emissary, but this category is so exhausting, I just go for the vanilla strat here. So run a little bit forward to the end of the plants, bolt paper, R1, L1 a bunch, take out the babies, and then kind of position myself between the boss and the window. so I can be blown the right way. That's all I ask. Grab the call beyond. And you can see here, since I popped the pellet early enough, I'm able to pop this one here for free while waiting. Let me start sprinting. I have only my fist on my left hand, so that way I can do this opener. I do L2, L1, L1, just to build up meter and build up some damage. And I can reposition here. And once that other tentacle drops is my telltale sign to go. For R1s, and then I queue up an R2, charge R2, re-equip my gun, and now I offer the queenly flesh to the altar. We're messing with time now. And then I bolt hunter mark out, and we're off to the dream again. Now we're going to Central Yharnam to kill Gilbert to get his rune, and to kill Cleric Beast, which will unlock the ability to purchase not only the emblems for later, plus I need to kill the boss anyway, but I also get bold hunter marks. And some other things. But I have to use, I buy, I think 62 bold hunter marks in this run and use almost every single one of them. Most of those being in the chalices, which I don't need to use that many, but I just choose to use them solely. But hopefully we get some good RNG on Cleric Beast. I can't quite remember exactly how this fight goes. At the front of this carriage, like right here, is about where I try and manage my stamina. And then about the middle of the circle is where I do it one more time. See, good RNG! Oh, whew, that was close. Grab these bullets for free while we're waiting. And now this is where the run gets really spicy in general. The Gehrman fight. I do it early. So we're gonna run here, get 21 vials, 21 bullets, and 21 bolds. And then I'm gonna go up and dump all of my insight after I put in some runes here. So we're gonna go Beast, Double Moon, and Impurity. And here I'm just gonna restock on everything. You pretty much cap everything out except your bolt paper here. Which is fine. And now as I'm running, I need to find a good line and then slap on the paper and the pellets, and also at some point I need my bold hunter marks back on because I need to mark out of this fight so I don't accidentally go into energy plus. So pop the bolt paper on the end of the stamina bar pellet. I delayed my parry there, so I got a partial and got smacked up. And things are looking pretty good, and then all of a sudden, I fully commit to the combo, and he decides to absolutely destroy me, and then transition, of course. So, pretty costly death here. But we press on. I'm still on decent pace, even with that death. So lots of time still to save. So, we come back into the fight. I'm probably saying a few choice words at this point. Do the charged R2, L1, if you get that parry like that. He yumps. Nice little backstab here. Trying to build up some extra meter. And so normally when he dies, you want to just keep hitting him with transform attacks to build up even more meter for the moon fight, but I needed to go grab my echoes. So Did what I had to do. And then she just steamrolls me, of course. But this turns out pretty nicely. Watch this. Turns out to be a pretty good fight. I messed up a little bit here. I didn't want to get that visceral at that point. And then slap on my bold hunter marks. So you can kill these bosses early as long as you mark out whenever Nightmare Slain comes up and you get your money. But if you wait too long, then you go right into NG+. And now we just dump all of that money into health. You can see my time loss there. It's pretty bad, but I still had plenty of time to save, so we press on. It's all good. Now DLC in general is pretty tough, but in like a trophy run, it's even harder, and then add this run in, it's pretty freaking hard. There's a lot of stuff to do. I feel like a lot of danger is added because of how many items you need to pick up. You encounter sets of mobs that you normally wouldn't even have to deal with. So grabbed an item there, which is a set piece, and then I unlocked the shortcut there for later that we're going to utilize. And then I think I just go for it here. Yeah, I just wrap early here. I get hit a little bit, but with my health, it doesn't really do much to me. And I can heal for free later. There's like a specific door sound there that happens when I know to just go ahead and hold sprint again. Now we have everything equipped, ready to go. Did I equip my torch? I can't remember. I'll probably check soon. I like to check a lot. Now this guy's in a good spot. Sometimes he can troll and be in this room with you, and if you quit out, the door resets, so quit out does nothing for you. So you just kind of have to accept whatever he does. And since I died to Gehrman, at this point I just kind of go for it. I just hold sprint. I don't even care anymore. I'm just going for everything. That's the one good thing about being in a at the time bad run. Is it kind of frees up your mind and alleviates the stress to the point where you just don't care and you just go for everything. Old Hunter top hat. Let go of sprint here to get the soft fall. And then I whip out the torch so I can see. This is actually one of the few sincerely dark areas of the game. I can still see, but not that well. So I quit out just behind this guy, walk forward a little bit, pop a pellet, backstab, backstab, visceral, and then I charged R2 with a slight nudge, very similar to how I fight Jura and kind of Henrik in a way, although Henrik's a bit tankier at the time. I do swap out my torch early there because my gun has a healing gem. It doesn't do a lot of healing, but it does do free healing, so. And then I kind of get my stamina up just around this carriage so I can sprint through these fleas a little bit safer. You can easily die there, but it's also, I find it's pretty rare. Probably like a 5-10% chance. And I pop the fire paper at the end of that stamina bar, and then by the time I get to this stamina bar depletion, I'm able to pop my pellet and run in, do a running R2. I don't have to do the running R2 there, it's just nice meter build up and good opening damage. Good counter hit for the finish there. And that gives us a badge, which I'll use to buy some stuff later. And then I try and get my stamina to full at these gravestones here at the corner. And I go ahead and heal just to be safe. I do have 27 vit at this point, but these guys can absolutely maul you, so try and play that a bit safe. And now I run over here to trigger the start of Simon's quest. exhaust his dialogue the first time, just select option 1, exhaust that, and then you can leave, and then that'll make him go to other positions later on. The only one we're really concerned with though is him being at the sort of little hut area before Orphan though, so we can kill him for free. Now I do the elixir slide here. And then this is what I was talking about with this particular category. It's being very dangerous. You have to loot this item, which is the trousers. Yeah, constable trousers. And I have a pretty good strat there. Well, I guess I can call it a strat. Just elixir and run out super wide. And most of the time it's okay, but sometimes I get completely destroyed though. And then that same elixir gets us all the way to here. It drops off at a good time so we can pop yet another one. Drop down on this beam to cross over to get the constable chest piece? Yes, the garb. So we have the gloves already, we got the pants, we got the garb. Now all we need is Valter's helm, which we get later. So now I am running towards the lamp here. You gotta be careful with your stamina, because if you try and manage it full too late, then that guy's probably gonna blast you away. But I try and manage it at a point that it gets me to this lamp efficiently. Now we light that lamp, and then I jump off to the right here. And because I have my beast rune in, I take very little fall damage, which is kind of nice. And then elixir before this pickup here, which is the whirly jigsaw. Swap to my bold hunter marks, climb the ladder ASAP. And then we're off to get the beast hunter scythe. And that elixir there is very nice because even with sprinting you don't aggro the dude on the right side, which is very dangerous. Now I still need to get the butcher set, so I gotta go around this way. That guy is terrifying. I bold hunter mark out again. And now I have the, I believe, impurity rune equipped. So I'm gonna go ahead and summon this NPC to help me with the Ludwig fight, so I can get a vermin, which I'll need to pop later for Valter's quest. Alright, so something neat here I never knew is you can't do it instantly, but this cutscene lasts longer whenever you have a summon coming in. So once you let the cutscene play for just a split second or so, maybe a little longer, you can then hold options down and it'll skip the cutscene sort of automatically without having to spam. I never knew that was a thing, but to be fair, I never summon anybody, so. Now, the big thing about fighting Ludwig with Valter, I feel, is don't let Valter get viscerals. His viscerals do nothing. So I just go ahead and visceral myself instead. And I move away from the first spawn point at the front, so he'll actually spawn here, and then smack him once. You can see I got that vermin. I skipped it really fast because I was spamming for the lamp. But, so we have the vermin we need for the Valter quest, and then I eluded the moonlight sword from Ludwig's head. And now we are off. Okay, so at this point, I do not need to push the elevator down like some categories would do. So I leave the elevator alone, but I do light this lamp because I need it for later. And in a trophy run or an all bosses run here, I would usually elixir at this point, so I could do this part without a quit out, but I need pretty much every elixir I have for other things, which take priority, so I just go and do the quit out strat there. And with the quit out, I find this guy's a lot more of an issue. Like, he hits me a lot more when I quit out versus the elixir and no quit out. I think that's kind of another reason why I like doing that. Alright, so since I'm so far behind still, I choose to just go for that. They weren't very high up the stairs, which is kind of what triggers that guy. They get too high. But it looked to me like I was fine, so I just kind of went for it. I took the gamble and it paid off. That attack would have killed me if I got hit by it. It would have been a juicy counter hit. So that's a dangerous one. And then here I go for the rat skip. I have a specific spot I jump off there, but it's hard to talk about in the moment without just having a specific guide video for it. I didn't mean for the rat to fall off there. I was just trying to aggro it so I could kill it, but ended up knocking it off. Pop the vermin there while I'm waiting, heal while I'm waiting. Do a running attack to get the first brain fluid, which you need 3 of. This will be for the milkweed rune quests with Adeline. Now this stupid crow here, there's so many runs where I kill it and I just leave instantly and forget to loot the room. I've done that so many times. And then I elixir before the drop off here. You can see I take very little fall damage because that amazing beast rune I have. I should have stamina managed here. And now we're coming to this room to get the enlarged head. And then we're gonna backtrack all the way back up, and we're gonna fall off right about here. And then try and slip past this guy, smack this head, dodge his attack, loot the fluid, and get out of there without getting hit. And somehow it all worked out. That part never goes that cleanly. It's so scary. And ideally you want to just like pellet and then he runs towards you, you run towards him, and you get an insta parry, but he did a double combo, just trolling me, so I had to improvise a little bit. And now while I'm waiting for this next one to spawn, I go ahead and pop blood bullets more or less for free. The real reason I pop blood bullets though is because one, you can, but in a normal run, a more normal category, you would be able to utilize those bullets for Orphan, but I don't even fight Orphan until after I've already warped elsewhere, so I don't even get to really use these bullets thinking about it. But I mean, perhaps Maria or something. Just some free bullets. Slightly trolly fight, but pretty good failures. Now she does the opening hyper poise overhead, which is just terrible. Things are looking okay right now, but stay tuned. I totally miscalculated everything here. But I have 27 vitality, so it turns out not to matter. You don't have to be good, you just have to be smart. That's the lesson here. So I need either this lamp or Maria's lamp to warp back to. So I go ahead and light this one. And then I have to backtrack here to get the lock shield and also get the key for later. So I'm able to elixir early, but it's kind of dangerous to do it in front of this guy because you can see how he just sort of aggro's to you if you do it like that. So normally I'd be elixiring like right about here. But since the fight was so slow, my pellet fell off early, so I was able to elixir early. Okay, and then we grab the underground cell key and then bold hunter mark out. I don't split quite yet. I'm not supposed to. I'm gonna split here after this warp. Okay. And now we're gonna go up and go to Research Hall to do Adeline's quest. So I guess what they want, their vision here was for you to just leave the area several times and keep coming back to her and checking in. But I get around all that with a bunch of quit outs. So I give her the brain fluid and immediately run away. And I pop the elixir here and get my bolts ready. So two things here. We're able to restock our pellets, which is nice because there's 6 pellets here, which is insane. Such a valuable drop, or a valuable item to grab. And then I get the decorative hunter set. And now I'm going back to Adeline and gonna give her brain fluid to get her blood and instantly quit out when I'm able to. So we get the blood, quit out, and then we come back in and quit out again, and then we come back in and we talk to her and give her another brain fluid. And that gives us the balcony key, so then we mark out. And then I run straight ahead up to the door to use this balcony key. I do get poisoned here, but it's not really an issue. So utilize the key here. Yup. Take very little fall damage because Eastern. And then I quit out more or less right behind this chair to be safe. Come back in. Grab the Black Sky Eye, which is one of the sort of extra tools that you don't get for the trophy run. And then I murder her instantly here. Loot the brain fluid, which will be the 3rd one. She comes back, and you just give it back to her, and she trades you that for the milkweed rune. And then we leave. And now the milkweed rune I just got, I'm going to go ahead and equip. And we're going to go back to the garden, which is the failures lamp. Split there. Now grab this clock tower dial thing. Use it here. Now I'm equipping Arianna's shoes. And then I'm swapping to the constable set for 2 pieces. Alright, and since we have the milkweed rune equipped and we look like an asparagus, we're able to talk to this guy here, and he gives us the holy hand grenade, aka the accursed brew. Now I go ahead and elixir early here. This part is weird. Like, this whole stretch here is just weird. I need to figure out something better to do. So I kill this guy so he stops summoning crap, but I run too close to him and get myself hit. So I end up having to heal extra. There's a Great One's Wisdom here, which is nice. It gives you 2 insight. Heal again. And then I grab Simon's set here. One of the coolest looking sets. A lot of challenge runners like to sport that set. It's got some aesthetic value, I guess. Alright, and then I run about here, slow down, shoot above him more or less. Walk toward him while popping the pellet. R1, L1, build my stamina up to around half. R1, L1, trick my weapon back. Enough for 3 R1s. And then I get out of the way of this guy and then zip back in as fast as possible. R1, L1, L1. Loot the Rikuyo, and then I run towards the ladder while pulling up my quit out menu so I can quit out just before that resets my pellet to allow me to use an elixir, because elixirs and pellets share sort of the same globals. You can't do both at the same time. Elixir here. And now, since we talked to Simon earlier, and we progressed through enough, he's just gonna be at this little hut here. And we can just one-shot him, because he's all sad and sickly and just whatever. So we get his bone blade, or his bow blade, and the underground something key. Off to the dream again, and then I can swap my runes out to prepare for Orphan. So basically my runes are air, moon, and what did I go back to? Impurity there? I think impurity rune. So a lot of rune swapping, but the reason I do that is if you can visceral kill Orphan in phase 1, then you can generate a lot more echoes than you're supposed to. It works on him and failures, and I believe emissary, and maybe some other bosses. Those are the only ones I'm aware of. But if you dupe the Henrik rune and then do it, instead of getting like 855k, I think you get like 8 million something on Orphan. Alright, so this part here, I was basically, if you hold sprint as you're opening the door and cancel out of that pop-up, and you sort of run in, there's a chance that you can not even aggro this guy at all, as far as, like, he's activated, but he's not aggroed, and you're able to just do that without the quit out there, but I aggroed him, so I had to quit out. And then there's a Great One's Wisdom here, and then I don't really need to quit out since I'm in the red here, but I just out of habit went ahead and quit out for this. Because it's pretty easy to get stuck there and just get absolutely mollywopped by those two. Alright, so I pick up Lawrence's skull there, and then I jog off. I don't sprint off, I jog off for a chance to get the animation cancel here on this chest, but I don't get it. This gives us the church cannon, and then we mark out. And then we instantly warp back to the dream. And that's my split there. And now I'm going to the lighthouse hut, which I activated earlier after killing Simon. Okay, so this part is a little bit tricky at the beginning. So I end up having to use not only the elixir, but also the cocktail, and I still get hit. I think I need to throw my cocktail further to the right. Stupid dog scream. And then I swap to my bolds, pick up this set piece, the Brador set piece. And all of his pieces are set around individually. So I got the Brador's Testimony, the helm earlier before the church pick guy, and then I got the chest piece there down below, and then these are the wrists or gloves or whatever. And then the leg piece is this way. I just jump through those to break them. And I kind of did my stamina weird here, so because of the timing, I do actually take the lightning hit here. But I have a lot of vitality, so that's kind of another spot that's really for, just able to take a hit to the teeth and survive it. I go ahead and pop the Blood of Adeline here, because it has a heal over time effect, so just to top myself off. And there's the last piece of Brador set, the Bloody Trousers. And now there's another Great One's Wisdom right here. And I don't need paper on this fight, just do a pellet. So check my weapon about here for the cutscene. Pellet at the rock roughly. And let's see what opener we get. We get the jump one, which I prefer. Backstab, R1, L1, lock on, backstep, parry. Trick your weapon back, R1, L1, backstep, parry. I should R1 here, yeah. And then just back up without the backstep. If you do the transform tab, transform attack, you backstep. If you just do R1s, you don't need to backstep, you just walk backwards. But I feel the timing is actually an issue if you're just doing R1s. I kind of cut it close here, but I was also trying to play it safe in a way. I was making sure, absolutely, that this Visceral would kill him in phase 1. You can see I get like 855k there. And then we just mark out. So now I have all the monies. Now let's utilize this money instantly. 17 endurance and then a bunch of vitality. So 45, 17, and I already had the 46 strength. So stats are looking pretty nice. Now the last part of the DLC here. 3 more items to grab, and then I also need to kill Lawrence. So I get my last elixir ready, and this is why I couldn't use an elixir in the research hall earlier, because I use every single one of these elixirs at a specific point. Use this one here, get the gloves, and then there's a hat here. And then the last thing I need to grab is the beast cutter, which is kind of backwards and off to the left, but it is what it is. Just one of those awkward grabs. So I take the like more dev intended route here, but it works out nicely with the way I have to go, so it's not a big deal. And then we run up here. Get that going. And I kind of delay running up there, and then I have this timing where I can pop the bolt paper for free. And then we run in, just hold sprint, and then trick your weapon at the cutscene. And then around his knee is when I pop the pellet, R1, L1, transform my weapon back to default, 3 R1s, 2 L1s. Walk toward him, or jog toward him, without sprinting. 3 R1s, 2 L1s. And then smack his leg, and then walk back up to his arm for the stagger. Kinda aim down and get pretty close to him, off to the side, to avoid the early stagger there. 3 R1s, walk away, break his arm for the stagger, break his head. And I go for a charged R2 there, but I probably could have just done a couple more R1s or an L1. He might have died to the L1, but I was trying to play it safe and make sure he didn't get away. So the DLC is officially done. Now I need to go to Yargle Chapel. This is kind of the cleanup at the end of NG. A lot of just random NPC stuff and just craziness, and Nightmare Frontier we don't need to talk about, but I will complain about it probably the whole time I'm there. I hate it. Great boss, but that area is just absolutely just wrong. Quit out just behind this guy around that gray block, roughly. I don't understand this part because sometimes these guys aggro, sometimes they don't. So what I'm doing here is waiting for the actual item to drop the rune that I need, and then I'm gonna quit out instantly as soon as I see that item to reset those mobs, loot the claw mark rune, and then get the heck out of there. So that's that section done. That's why I got that lamp I'm using now. I got it way earlier in the run to use it for that part. And now before Nightmare Frontier, I'm dumping all of my insight for the frenzy effect, restocking on things, getting 3 pearl slugs, which I'll need later for chalice dungeons, and then we're going to lecture building 2nd floor. Well, there's a lot to do in this area, but I saved most of it until NG+2. So the only thing I'm gonna grab here are 2 of the 4 red jellies that I need. You can only get 2 at a time in each playthrough. So I get 2 of them now and 2 of them in NG+2. But like Patch's rune and Patch's gesture, for example, I just run right past him here, shoot him, get him off the door to avoid the dialogue, and then I just leave. But yeah, Nightmare Frontier is just... It's... If you've ever tried to loot every important item or just every item, whatever you're trying to do there, if you've tried to even look at a guide for it, it is so confusing. It's like Forbidden Woods is stupid confusing. Nightmare Frontier is stupid confusing. It's just an awful place. And there are 5 runes I need to get here. On top of the, I believe it's the Messenger's, yeah, Messenger's Gift is the first item I grabbed, which is one of the 12 tools. And unfortunately I can't really figure out a clean way to do it without wasting time, but I can't utilize the beast rune at this part because I currently have 2 air runes and a moon rune equipped for the orphan fight to get the 855k or whatever. And I don't really have a point where I can just cleanly and efficiently equip the beast rune back. So I'm taking the full fall damage still. I go ahead and heal there because the frenzy's gonna proc. Go ahead and mark out. And now starts the 5 rune collection sequence, which is just absolutely terrible. I mean, just look at this. This feels more or less efficient to me. For the most part, I do mess up some things, but like, look how long this takes. It's insane. This area is just terrible. So I elixir at the end of the stamina bar here. This guy always misses me, and then I jump at the end of this here to cross the gap. You want to jump late here, but I kind of messed this up, jump too early, and a bad angle. And then I try and run and jump into the water here, since you're slowed down. And we just roll a bunch. And I sort of hug the left here. Wrap around this guy. Go up this little hill here. This will be one of the runes. The Clear Deep Sea. And then as I'm popping that elixir, I'm kind of eyeballing these NPCs to see where they are. Nice lock-on game. Thanks for trolling me. And then this part, I thought I had it figured out. I was basically like dropping off, I think, and then rolling twice, but I think it's because I jumped there, it gave me bad spacing. I think I'm not supposed to jump off there. But you can one-shot that guy with the transform attack with these stats. I didn't even hit him, so I just said, screw it, I'm gonna run and hope that he doesn't chase me. This guy does an okay attack that I can easily dodge. And we go up this hill and around to the left. And there is a shortcut coming up. It's just in front of me there. You can see like the little gravestone sticking out. You can actually knock that down by standing on it. So you have a nice shortcut to get back here. But I'm speedrunning, so I don't do that. Alright, now we grab a rune here. And then I go back up. Wrap around to the right. Go up here. And then I kind of drop down on this right side. Probably a cleaner way to do this, but... And I jump off here, roll through the poison. And then run through this, grab a free Madman's Knowledge. Totally free. And now we're just hugging the right to avoid getting poisoned. Do I heal here? Nope, I don't heal, okay. And I'm kind of hugging this left side a little bit to fall down here. And then I'm gonna sort of drop off on this right side for healing before that. And then I don't take the optimal path here, but I do my best because it's very confusing here. What I used to do here is I would go back and get that shortcut, and then I would come through, loot this, and mark out, and then use the elevator and everything, but it was significantly slower. But it was way less confusing and a lot cleaner, in a way. I dash it to this guy and transform attack, trick my weapon back, dash twice. Transform attack to kill them both, get the great deep sea, and then roll all the way back. Now this part's kind of crazy, or it can be, because you have to keep in mind you're pretty much taking constant poison damage, and you get frenzied up here in a second. See the frenzy building up. So if the frenzy goes off and the poison's taking you down, you gotta really watch your health bar to not die. And I'm rolling this general direction to run up these gravestones, and then I jump here. And you can see the poison's still damaging me, but my health is so high that I don't really have to worry about that anymore. So then I swap to my pellet. I sprint kind of to the left of this door, that lineup, and then there's a little dark patch on the ground that I pop my pellet at, and then I jog forward without sprint, just to the back of the hand, queue up the charged R2, R1, L1, L1, R1. And then, I don't have anything to pop here. I can delete this gem though. And that is Nightmare Frontier done. That is a big sigh of relief for me every time. I hate that place. Gold split? Gold split. Alright, and then now I'm off to Forbidden Woods to do Valter's quest. So we talk to him until we get the 2 items. So we get the League Staff and the Gesture, and then I backstab Visceral, and then I run over to the elevator to get him to kill himself. Activate, back up a little bit. And then I push the elevator back up, and then just as I'm getting to the top is when I hit X on the yes, just to be safe that I don't do it too early. And now this guy's here. So you can see when I warp in, I get Valter's helm there. And then I do the elevator again for this guy. I'm not fighting him straight up, heck that dude's annoying. And then I start the mark out like right when the light appears, more or less. Like right just after the light appears. You can see even then it cuts it pretty close. And that's the Madaris Whistle, one of the 12 tools. And then that split is done. And now this is the point where I can re-equip all my runes. So I'm gonna go Beast, Moon, Moon, and Corruption. Beast, Moon, Moon, Corruption. And the Corruption yields us a Blood Dreg, which I will get from killing the Bloody Crow of Canehurst here. So I can get that, I go ahead and get that done and out of the way. And I kind of do something stupid here. I was thinking, okay, let's put on one of the best sets I have, which is the Constable set. And then fight the Bloody Crow. But then I'm like, wait, no, I need the Knight set because the Knight set has high blood tinge resist because the Bloody Crow spams gunshots like crazy. And then for some reason my brain goes, oh wait, now I want to put the best set on again. And so I do all this, get everything situated, and then I just undo it all. I don't know. My brain doesn't work sometimes. Alright, so this is, I guess, the end of Alfred's quest. He's dead, and you get the Radiance Rune, which increases the amount of healing you get from vials. See, I have the Knight set on like I want, and then I just equip all the Constable set again. Which is a really good set, it just... I mean, the Knight set has way better BT resist, so I don't know what I'm doing here. Just completely derp out. Alright, now, so you want to talk to Aileen before you go fight the Bloody Crow, because if you don't, you'll miss out on her weight gesture, which is one of the 23 I get. So we get that. And then this fight obviously is insane sometimes. But I kinda peach out a bit on this guy. I pull him back to the stairs. And he won't sprint, so he's trolling right now. He's probably thrown away like 8-10 seconds already. Now he's sprinting, which is great. Now we're gonna go down the stairs about probably halfway, get our buffs ready, and then I just totally miss-space myself several times here. Yeah, I'm just throwing right now. Between him at the beginning and whatever the guy I'm doing, I've probably lost like 15 seconds. He does heal there, but he's down at the bottom below the stairs, and he just completely derps out at this point, so I take full advantage of the aggressive tethering and just... You can see we get the blood drag there, and then I loot the blood rapture, and then we talk to Aileen to finish out her quest. We get the badge and the hunter rune and our mark out. So this is all the loose ends of NG wrapping up nicely here. And then we go to the Vial Blood Queen's Chamber for Annalise. We give her the blood drag we just got, and that yields us a gesture. So off her blood drag, she's yapping, making us wait forever. And this should give us the gesture here. Now, boom, and then cancel out of that and get the heck out of here. And that's NG done. We just gotta warp out now. So since we've already killed Gammon and Moon Presence, I just need to go to this area. Like, you can pretty much be like right here even, and it'll instantly or automatically warp you out. And that is NG done. Alright, NG Plus is fairly straightforward. I push what I can, like I said, back to NG Plus 2, but there are a few things I still need to get here. So you can see we're trying to bring the run back at this point. That plus 52 has turned into a plus 13 now, which is not bad. I'm gonna give my voice a rest for a second while this plays out a bit. Yeah, this is basically just any percent for NG Plus with a few pickups here and there. The biggest thing would probably be the Forbidden Woods. I have to pick up quite a few things, and then a couple things in Bergenworth. And yeah, that's probably the bulk of this. Otherwise it's just killing the any percent bosses. Which is probably one of the biggest things that I hate about this run and like the all trophies is just having to do 2 extra playthroughs every time. It's like the chalices are pretty boring, but once you get to at least the lower chalice, the 3rd one, it picks up a lot at least. But these any percents are just it's just terrible. I go ahead and go for the backstab there. I miss it. This one's kind of awkward. I thought I was going to miss that too, but I was able to hit it. And I could have just probably 3R1'd him at that point, but I played it safe and just did the backstab. So, okay fight. Not ideal, but it was okay. It can go a lot worse than that, and I can just straight up die. Because although he's super ultra squishy, he also hits very hard since it's a G+, so. Alright, now I need to light this lamp just to go back and get, I have to go to the dream to get the emblem. But I also get a bunch of vials, like 41 vials, 41 bullets, 41 bolds. Get the Hunter Chief emblem so I can unlock the left gate. But it works out really nicely to buy early on in the run, in NG still, I think just for the DLC, I buy 21 of each, vials, bullets, bolds, and then here I buy 41 of each. So it makes it really, really easy to remember. And it's definitely too many vials and bullets, but I'd rather have too many than too few. That'd be a really terrible way to lose the run. Just running out of resources. So we're going this way to get to Amelia. This way I don't have to go to the tower and drop down and all that crap and use the elevator. Utilizing the emblem. And also if I wanted to go to the tower I'd need to kill BSB even to unlock that door in the first place. So this is significantly faster. Thought I was gonna get hit there, I'm not gonna lie. And I intentionally didn't upgrade my damage at all ever since before, oh, when was it? I think it was a bit before the DLC. I got to 46 strength, and I haven't touched my damage since then. Mostly for this fight, and I guess some other, like, DLC stuff too. Just not get too much damage. But this is more or less the vanilla fight without the extra headshot, and then instead of her backing up, she just dies right here. And then you can pop, if you're gonna warp out ever, and you have time, you can pop blood bullets completely for free. I don't really need them for anything, I just do it because I can. Just because there's some downtime and I feel like it. But you get your health back after you warp, so. And now we're running back through, and the Madman's Knowledge that I ran past earlier, I can grab now very safely. Right here. So I try and get most of the ones that are kind of on the way through NG pluses especially. But as it turns out, I did skip this password, guys. That's probably one of the best ones to grab because you don't have to sort of stop and pick it up. It's just, he just gives it to you when you talk to him. So I just neglect to get it here. It looks like I thought about it, I just didn't do it. Alright, so here, I always want to run to the right of that guy. And you can get the lamp here, which is a nice checkpoint to have and doesn't take very much time commitment. But I'm trying to go extra fast. So go here, jump off about here, wait for the lock on until you're almost to the ground. Makes it more likely to lock onto the right enemy. Just run straight off there. And now normally in like NG for example, I would just hold sprint the whole way here. But one, my stamina is higher, and also it's NG plus, so I'm even more scared. So I choose to peach roll there. And then I believe I just hold sprint at this point and just hope for the best with this cannon. I've died many times to this cannon in NG pluses. I feel like you just don't want to deviate too much of what you do with like your timings of sprint and stuff like that. Like the way you run past mobs, if you're running past them at a certain point or sprinting, or sorry, I said that wrong. If you're sprinting past them versus jogging past them versus maybe even just straight up walking past them, like it's all of it's gonna encourage them to do something else more than likely. So you want to keep stuff like that as consistent as you can. That's not always possible. Now we just run past, or run down this path for a while, and then go up to the right here. And I try an elixir at the end of my stamina bar. And then hug the right side here, wrap around, and you have to backtrack completely here to get out of this place, which is really annoying. And then I just kind of monitor what that snake's doing, and then I go to the edge here, and then I lock onto the right snake and shoot it, and I back up a little bit just to try and be ready to dodge any spit, and then I roll off there and get the animation cancel pickup and get the heck out of there as soon as possible. That's one of the most dangerous things to pick up, but with that strat I have, it's pretty clean. It's been very consistent for the past, like, I don't know, 5 times I've done it. It's worked perfectly, so. Now, at this point, I need to make sure to go to the right here, because there's a rune at the shortcut I need to grab. So a little stamina management to get to this gate. I think it's a clockwise metamorphosis. Yeah. So I grabbed that, and now we're headed back down to Shadows. And I more or less try and do the same opener and everything, you know, even on NG plus Shadows. It's just a lot more dangerous, I feel like, as they are way tankier. Try and get some collateral hits here, but I only get one. Pushing him into that spot there makes his AI derp out. Wasn't what I was trying to do, but it worked out nicely. I whiffed that R1, so it was kind of a disaster. Heal for free, waiting for the fog gate to dissipate. And now, so the first time I go through Bergenworth, I pretty much don't do anything. But the second time here, I'm gonna grab the student set in the chest over next to Yuri. And then I'm also gonna get the eye rune, the tier 3 eye rune from Willem. But the timing of my elixir and everything and grabbing the key is more or less the same. So I try and do it around the end of the staircase, or the bottom of the staircase. So we do that, and then Yuri's not an issue unless she aggroed early, which you can hear her aggro. She'll like transform her cane. So she's out of the picture. So we're gonna go up here, grab the key like last time, but when we go back down, instead of going straight to Rom, I'm going to stay sort of to the right and open up this chest to get the student set. Like so. Then use the key here. And then I'm going to talk to him for the insight after I hit him a few times. And then finish him off. And then I'm going to pop my bolt paper while I'm waiting for him to die. Loot the iron, jump off, get my pellets ready. Alright, shoot, pellet. I already have the bolt going, so I can one-shot these spiders easily, which is great. Just one-shot on everybody. I roll that attack because that's like the danger zone, that jump attack. And I could probably afford to build up my meter a bit higher for NG+. I think I R1, L1, L1. Nah, my meter's actually good. Then I go for the lockout there with the gunshot and I get it. Build up my stamina while she's resetting there. And then I can just two-shot her here. You can see my paper fell off at the end, but it didn't matter. By that time she's already dead anyway. I missed the insta-warp, which is a bit slower, but I do get a free insight for it, so it's not all bad. Run towards the girl. Alright, so Yarhagul, I don't have to get anything except the other 18% gem. So this is nothing crazy. Just a lot of running for a while. Gonna give my voice a break for a second again. I actually love how the stamina worked out there. It looks so cool. The way I jumped and it just kind of gave me the soft fall the whole way. That part's pretty scary. Almost got hit there. And this is normally a moon rune, but since I already have the moon rune, it's a madman's knowledge now, which is nice. And now this part, I'm gonna check my 6 here to see if the NPC is chasing me. And I wanted to grab all 3, but that guy was very aggressive. And I don't think I quit out here because I didn't even see the NPC. So we're just gonna press on without the quit out. I don't need to heal here for my health. I'm just healing for the consistent, or the more consistent pull for aggro. Paper while I'm behind the wall safely and he's spitting. Kind of strafe that one. And then once I get just before the cutscene here, I'm gonna pellet safely behind this wall. And then trick my weapon about here. And then just do the standard R1, L1, L1 opening. I'm gonna run to the face. Should two-shot stagger, yep. And I'll kind of aim down and go for multi-hits here. More multi-hits here. You can see like some bosses are just easier in NG+. It's crazy. I feel like Gascoigne's squishier. Amelia's easier. One Reborn's easier. I feel like Rom's more or less the same, maybe a little bit easier. Shadows to me is way harder. Miko's way harder. Wet Nurse is probably a little bit easier, maybe around the same. It's kind of weird. And we're not going to get anything in the lecture hall yet. Alright, so this guy, depending on how your stamina works out, can be a bit scary. If he does like the jump attack, I think you just pretty much die. Or he might, I don't know, he might survive it with 45 a bit. But I like to build up my stamina at this point a little bit extra. And then I run through, try and sprint past these guys as fast as possible, and then around here. I kind of messed that up. I should have thrown it sooner, I think. I got really close to dying there. It's kind of hard to work out something that's not too peachy here. I just kind of take the gamble though, I guess. A little bit of stamina management to get to the store. And since I have extra endurance now, I can't exactly just hold sprint here. The same as with base endurance, but the main reason I get extra stamina, I mean there's other reasons as well, but the main reason I even get any more than default is for the Defiled Watchdog, but it also helps for stuff like, I guess, Loran Dark Beast, for example. And if I could comfortably get the extra stamina even before the DLC, it would help with Maria and the Church Pick Hunter, stuff like that as well. And you can see Miko giving me the worst RNG again. Or not the worst, but really bad RNG. It can actually get worse than that, sadly. And we don't miss the gunshot somehow this time. I don't know how that happened before. When he's passive like this, it's so stressful. And he's close to halfway, so I go ahead and just do the charged R2 for the transition. It's not ideal, but just gotta work with what we're given. Now I have my weapon already transformed for the plunge. I go ahead and skip the vials this time, but can pretty easily grab those there. And then we're gonna already have our cleaver extended, so pellet and then roll off just about in front of that paper there. Lock on, transform attack, full stamina. He's off to the right side, so we push him into the corner here. He dodged back on that one attack, so I have to do extra damage here. It kinda sucks. And then since it's NG+, I want to cancel out of the dialogue about halfway up that set of stairs there. And then that allows us to get a chance to transform our weapon for the cutscene here, for the speed boost. And then I don't get the lamp here, because I ain't no Peach. And now stamina works out pretty nicely for these guys. I feel like you don't want to be jogging past those. You want to be full sprinting. So if your stamina's not going to work out that way, you probably need to adjust a little bit. And then I more or less pop the elixir at the end of the stamina bar. And then we run between the pigs. I sometimes obsessively check my inventory. And I shouldn't trick my weapon here. And then just after we get on the elevator, I need to bolt and then pellet just after when the elixir falls off. And that's kind of the reason you want the elixir popped even a bit sooner than where I had it popped, but I was trying to utilize my stamina bar. Good opener. There's the triple swipe. I kind of misread that. I wasn't sure if she'd do another in that position or not. But we can take a hit. We got a lot of HP. In general, once you get, it's not always the case, but in general, once you get full meter, you just want to do a lot of R1s, unless it's like, for instance, a boss you can backstab or something, or there's just instances where the boss is about to get away and you just want that extra little bit of damage, so you do a transform attack that way. Just kind of cleaning up stuff here, deleting gems I don't need. Using Cold Bloods. I did pop the 4 Great Ones Wisdom I had there, so I can buy some extra chalice materials at this session. Because this is the point where you're actually going to be able to go to the dream and level up and restock. So we're gonna cap out our Vit, our hard cap it. Get 20 endurance, hard cap strength, and then get whatever skill we can with the money that's left. Now go up to the weapons bench to swap out our gem to the 18%, and then I'm gonna swap to Eileen's Hunter rune that we got earlier. And now we're gonna restock with 2 bloomings, some pellets, some elixirs. I don't need to get the paper or the cocktails there. I really don't. That's just a waste of time. But I'm a bit obsessive about it, so I like to sort of cap everything. Alright, so into the stamina bar roughly, pop the paper, shoot the man, pop the pellet. Good opener. Charged our 2 L1, transform our weapon back. Another oh, I don't go for it there. I could have charged our 2 man. He's a bit trolly there, but it's okay. I'm gonna take a hit. I was thinking maybe that Viscera would kill him, but... Alright, now I'm gonna pop the cord more or less for free, because if you don't pop a cord at the end of a playthrough, then you're just gonna lose it for the next one. So I gotta go ahead and get that free 3 insight from the Wet Nurse cord. And that's NG plus done, so 1 more any percent playthrough, but this one's a lot more complicated and tedious than the other one just now. I have a lot more stuff to get. But for this first little bit, I'm gonna give my voice a little break again. Alright, so the one thing I need here in Central Yharnam, since it's the final playthrough, is I still need to get the badge by the pig. So at this point I'm usually yelling at myself, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. Stay down low. Don't go up this ladder. Go ahead and build my stamina up there a bit to be safe. Alright, so we have the Soul Hunter badge, so check that off the list. And now, another gascoigne. So pellet before the cutscene. I should have sprinted there.
What's that smell?
Good backstab there. Into a visceral because I didn't have much stamina. And then we just 2R1 and kill him before beast phase. The only sort of bad thing about killing him before beast phase transition is you lose out on an insight, but it's obviously not a big deal. And then here, going to light the cathedral ward lamp and go back to get the emblem again. Did you have to buy it each playthrough to utilize it? And then mark out. Kind of checking my resources there. While you're marking, you can actually, I mean, obviously you can check stuff like that just to get an inventory, but also you can delete items too. Alright, so we're hanging left here because there is the Monocular over here. And then I used to mark out here and just run back through again, but it's actually way faster to just do it like this for obvious reasons. I just thought it would be safer, but it actually seems safer doing it like this than the other way. Safer and faster. Alright, now after I use the emblem here, I hesitate just for maybe a second or two, and then I pop the elixir. And then start running. There's a madman's there I ran over, but I'm gonna get it when I'm running back there in a second. After the fight. Pretty much want to hold sprint here though. Get here as soon as possible. Run a nice line and just get on this ladder ASAP. Okay, and then I'm gonna kind of hug the left here a bit extra to try and avoid aggroing the dog, but I still get him. I don't know, he's not usually an issue unless you're running back down the stairs anyway. Because I mark out after the Amelia fight. Alright, so same thing as usual. Fire. Trick. Pellet. And then this very vanilla fight for the first bit. The only thing different is just I don't hit her head before the visceral here. I just go straight into it. And then go off to the side a little bit to push her over. Transform attacks. And then she'll die after 4 hits here. Blood bullets for free, just because why not? And then interact with the altar. Mark out. And now, the first part of the woods there's nothing to do. We've gotten everything already, but the second part I do need to get a couple of things. Alright, so there's the Madman's. Go ahead and snag that. And I believe this time I actually do talk to the password guy to get his madmans. I skipped it in the NG+. Yeah, snag that. So I don't have to do any more rune swapping from this point on, or from, I guess, the end of NG plus on, which is nice. I thought about equipping that Hunter rune even earlier, because I do like a whole playthrough without it when I already have it at the end of NG. Should be worth it. The 6%, so... I heal there, but I think I roll again. Trying to play this safe. Not gonna lie, it really sucks to be 3 hours into this run and then you just die to the pawn bros. It's quite deflating. Alright, so now we're in part 2 of the woods. This is where I need to get 2 more runes. So, lock onto this guy, dash whatever he does. Do this jump again. Now get my elixirs ready, and then pretty much at the end of the stamina bar is where I pop the elixir. Careful, if you hug the edge too much here, you can actually just slip off. So we go here, down, and then drop off about here. Turn around backwards. Grab this rune. Anti-clockwise. And now we're headed to the little pond down below where there's another rune I need to grab here. Which is Dissipating Lake. Kind of go under these roots here. It's over here on the left. Careful with these guys. You can, some of them are hard to see, and you can run into them and they'll just smack you. And I think at the end of this next stamina bar, I should bolt paper. So about here, and then we pellet. The same spot as always, the sort of the tip of those bones. Let's see how this opener goes. I hit him at the last second to kind of interrupt him from being an issue, more or less. And usually if you're far away from him like that, you're gonna have to react to his stab. That's, I don't know how I didn't get hit by that stab there. Disaster of a fight, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. It's so annoying to watch. Dude, this fight was horrible. I feel like a lot of it I played okay, it's just, I messed up at the end there obviously, but I don't know, that was just some weird RNG. Okay, now since it's NG plus 2, I gotta wrap everything up, so I'm gonna head off to the left here. We're gonna get the Arcane Lake rune over by this brain sucker. And then I don't need to elixir quite yet. Now elixir at the bottom of the stairs, just like every other time. And now I need to get the phantasm shell at the very top here. We go up this ladder, go up the stairs. While the elixir is still active. And most of the time you won't have to deal with this guy, which is nice. And then go back down, and before we go all the way, I still need to get this key again. And then we drop. And then Yuri is usually not an issue. And I already got the iron, I already got the student set, so I'm just gonna talk to Willem on the way through to get the free 2 insight. And I will bolt paper before the shot. So bolt paper, shot for aggro, pellet, and then we can one-shot spiders and build up meter as needed. Kinda tried to play that one a little safe. Running attack, probably. Yep. Alright, what do I do here? R1, 2 L1s, and it does like no damage. Yeah, that's still good, I guess. I go for the shot for the lockout potential, but don't get it. Double backup, which I did not need at that point, but it's okay. I do get the insta-warp there. Okay, so Yargle, I need the iron Yargle helmet on the right side that I skipped earlier. So we'll just do this jump here. Get the double roll for whatever reason. Snag this. And you have to be careful here because that guy can actually block you pretty easily there, and you cannot get past him unless you either kill him or quit out. And these guys are in a decent position since I didn't have to get the chunk too. This guy delays his gunshot forever, which is really annoying. And now the other item I need to get here in Yargle is the Arcane Lake rune, which will come up just before One Reborn. And this moon rune up here, which I got in NG, will be a Madman's Knowledge. Again, which is nice. So you can see where I landed there. It gets me the nice, oh god, the nice rally health, but the dog staggered me enough to get me hit by the next guy. So grab that, and I should be popping this elixir at the end of the stamina bar. Just to have that active for the rune grab up here on the left. So let's see how many madmans I get here. All 3? Nice. I could see the NPC back there, but I get our bolt paper ready. Heal probably at the end of the stamina bar. You can see the item in front of us there, just tucked away in the corner. But I feel like the elixir here active is very important because if you don't, you can get spit in like 1 or 2 shot pretty easily. Probably 2 shot with 50 vit, but still. Alright, so pellets safely behind the wall. Transform here at the cutscene. Should be a standard opener. 2 L1s. Go to the face. Stagger now. Transform back. Double hits. Alright, nice. And now, Lecture Hall has quite a few things to grab as well. So I got the 2 jellies, 2 of the 4 that I need. An NG. Now I need to get the last two there. So skip the lamp. If you skip the lamp here and skip the lamp in Nightmare Frontier, you actually are faster when you warp in. You're able to control your character before the load screen even finishes, which is cool. So I need to go to the right here through this door so I can get the communion rune. I just don't quit out for this chest. This resets the mob that can sort of block you at the door straight ahead. So alternatively, I could not quit out and just have to like two-shot them. So I just choose to quit out while I'm opening the chest. And now we do actually need to talk to Patches. We get a gesture from him, and we also get a rune. To shoot him, open the door, talk to him. There's the beg for life, and then we keep talking to him. And then right here we get the anti-clockwise. And now go up here, go to the second section, wrap to the left. Open this. Get this key right here. And then there's another student set, like an alternate one here. Now open this door, and first we're gonna go get the jellies, the last two that we need. And then I'll go back around and get the auger. The auger of Deborah. And my stamina works out really nicely here, as you can see. Go to this door. And then I choose to just play a little extra safe here, and I just do another quit out for this chest. There's the auger. We got the trophy, which is a good sign. Mark out. You can see we have instant control of our character. And then we're headed to Mensis. And now in Mensis, I need to get the eye rune and also the iron door key. Which again, I'm not able to use the key for anything in this run, but I like getting all unique items that I can. Much like the tonsil stone that I get in NG. I don't ever get to use it, but I like having it. There's that dreaded jump attack. So into the stamina bar, I should go a bit extra here in the stamina regen. And then just sprint past these two hex. Cocktail against that structure there. Which is a lot cleaner than the last NG I went through. Stamina almost worked out perfectly. Still pretty good. And now the eye rune. So there's an elevator coming up on the right side. So basically what I'm gonna do is while I'm riding the elevator down, I'm going to pop the elixir so it's active running past these golem dudes. So pop it about now, and then swap to my Bolt Hunter mark. And so as I'm running through here, I'm going to go ahead and snag this lamp so I can warp back to it in a few short moments. So run all the way down here, where the two of them are. Go between them, grab the iron, and then I choose to do it like this. I don't think it's completely necessary, but it feels safe. Alright, so that's done. Now the only other item we need here is the key after I kill Miko. So NG and NG plus, he gave me almost the worst RNG possible. But this time, I get Sweden. Shoot 3 times, take out the puppet. Uh-oh. Able to collateral both of them though, which is nice there. Or collateral more specifically the puppet there. So he's not really an issue. I did an extra R1 there just to be safe. Wasn't sure if he would transition or not. And this time I choose to grab the vials just to make it a bit, I don't know, it feels easier to do grabbing them with that crossbow guy. I didn't mean to get the pivot there. Now I pop the pellet, get to the tip of the paper, roll out, turn right, plunge, lock on, blah blah blah. Get him to the right side, do some transform attacks. 1 hit left. I do a regular R2 there to be safe. I think an R1 would have killed him though. And alright, now I run down here, wrap around to the right side, and the item in the corner there is the iron door key. And so as far as item pickups, I'm done for the base game. Outside of chalice stuff. Everything else I'll buy, really. Later on. And then end of the stamina bar, elixir. Get my bolt papers ready. Looks like I might be getting some shadow or pig money. That's a shadow. And there's a pig. So some free money there. Alright, so pop everything in the elevator. Transform here. Pretty good opener. Try and do transform attacks for the meter buildup. That's a good attack. Also a good attack. Stagger. There's a triple swipe, you gotta watch out for that. She can be super dirty with it. Another great attack to punish. It's pretty good RNG outside of that dirty triple swipe, but I reacted to it appropriately, so. Cross map? Or no? Yep, cross map. Thanks. And then she goes straight into a nightmare phase, which is great, because that's just free damage. She just AFKs. Right now I'm popping stuff. Get the gold pendant out of the way. Pop the cold blood from Rom. And there's not much else to do really right now. Just kind of waiting. Alright. So the next split, I need to level up. So we're gonna kill the doll and then I'm gonna go buy ritual bloods. So I need to buy 2 ritual blood 1s and I'm gonna buy extra ritual blood 5s. So we kill the doll here. Go to the echo bath. 2 RB1s and I believe I get 15 total. So I buy the 6 and then I do 9. I don't know why I just didn't do them all together, but... And now I need to restock here. So I'm gonna buy 4 cold blood flower buds, restock on pellets, get like 5 elixirs, get some bolt papers, and then get another blooming. No, I buy bloodshot eyeballs because I need 9 of those. Okay. Now we go level up, just pretty much all skill. And now it's time to start the chalices. Now the fun begins. There's really not a lot that happens, especially in this first chalice, but the second chalice, an interesting thing is I do need to grab the Hintertomb chalice from, I believe, layer 2 in there. But this is just a lot of really squishy bosses and pulling some levers and some quit outs. But fortunately we don't have to watch load screens, so it'll go a little bit faster. Which is great. The amount of times I've gotten knocked off on that bridge is insane. So when you pull up your quit out menu here and you're pulling the lever, it kind of backs your progress in the quit out 1 step, so you have to redo it. That's like the telltale sign that you can safely quit out on the animation and still have the lever actually pulled and the doors open. Alright, so I pellet before the door here, and then I just beeline for the boss and start doing a combo. Very clean fight. Off to layer 2. Now up this ladder, and then we go left, right, right. And this big, naked, oily man always hits me. Every single time. You see, like, oh, it'll cancel out there, so I have to repress it. Then we quit out. Mark out safely behind him. And now we head to the right for the watchers. Get my pellet ready. Now I wait to pellet until I'm in the fight, so I go up like the first set, or the first part of the staircase here, and then I pop the pellet right about there. R1, L1, R1, 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 and get the heck out. So that's layer 2 done. Now layer 3 is a little bit different than the other ones because I do actually need to go to one of the sort of extra sections. So it's not just lever boss, I need to go to the pre-boss area to get some ritual blood 2s. So jump into the pit, hang left, go up these stairs. And then on the left side is going to be a ritual blood, and then in the middle there, another one. So there's one ritual blood 2, and then here's one here. And usually the stamina works out, you can just hold it down all the way to this door, which is nice. And now for the lever. I hug the left side, it just feels safer for this guy. I could just go behind the lever there and mark out, but I don't feel like potentially dealing with that mob being like hyper aggressive, so I just quit out and mark. And now I go to the pre-boss area here. This is all in the name of Ritual Blood 2s, which will all be used to unlock the central chalice. And something I might have done once or twice here and there is this chest I'm about to open. I'll open it and then sort of put out for the animation, and then I'll come back in and just instantly warp without actually looting the ritual bloods. Fortunately, I do not do it in this run. It's quite a few. You get 4 of them, so it's a very, very necessary grab. And then I pellet before I even get to the door here. Because if you go in the fight and then pellet, you're just not gonna really have time for the opener. So pellet before, sprint in, and just start a combo. I do an extra L1 here, but I could just obviously R1 at that point. Make it a little bit faster. And these lamps are pretty much always in the same spot outside of a few arenas in the chalices. For the most part, it's going to be like the door and then opposite side and then just off to the right. On the outside of like the circle. Alright, Chalice 2. So at this point, the only chalice materials I still need to buy, which I have scripted to buy the 2 bastards before the Defile dungeon. I've already bought the 4 cold blood flower buds. I've already bought 2 of the 4 of the blooming cold blood flowers. I already bought all the pearl slugs and all the bloodshot eyeballs. But everything else is pretty much just like either money or ritual bloods outside of those materials that I had to get. So I find it easier just to kill that guy and then mark out, rather than having to like run away from him and try and mark. Alright, so I just get my cocktail ready. This guy you can two-shot. You don't have to use a cocktail, but I don't know, if you've ever fought Beast Possessed Soul, he can be very slippery. So I choose to cocktail, backstab, backstab, and he's dead. Alright, pop this. Get some insight. Just pop it whichever elevator. I do end up, usually, lately at least, having too much insight. More than I need, but I'd rather have too much than too little. So we get this lamp for layer 2 and then we backtrack. And now I have to get the Hintertomb chalice. I have it in all caps in my splits, as you can see. So make sure I do not forget that. That would be horrible. Alright, kind of hug the left here, go to the other door. The second troll. Now hug the right side for this, like, sludge thing. There's a ladder just to the left here. And then I go to the left from this point. And open this door, murder this guy with an R1, and then open this chest for some ritual blood, and then I need to continue through instead of marking out at this point. So I choose to elixir now, and then two-shot this guy. And then go up here. Go up 2 ladders, and then go to the right. And there's a big chest with the Hintertomb chalice in it. This room is super sketchy. I need to practice this room. I think it would be good to sort of do it more like hitless runners do it, where I can just not aggro anything. But I don't know if the walking is too slow compared to what I do. I don't know, it feels really bad doing what I'm currently doing there, so I need to optimize that. And now off to the lever. And this guy, usually you can quit out behind the lever fairly safely, but I misplayed the crap out of this. I lost several seconds here. Unfortunate. I should have just played it safe, I guess. Alright, so this fight I just get pretty close to the boss and then I pellet. Insane fight. Amazing. Inspirational even. Alright, final layer. So again, we need to backtrack after I light the lamp. I gotta get some more ritual bloods. Ritual blood 3s. So I go back and to the left. And there's a trap here on the next bit of this hallway. Right there on my left. Open this door, hug the left. Open this door. The left side there's a chest. Ow. Roll out to be safe. And careful of this boulder. Fortunately had a good timing for when I was coming through. And then if you go to the middle here and then to the left, instead of hugging the left entirely, a lot of times, I would say like 90% of the time, that mob right there gets hung up sort of on that pot and stuff. So you're just able to mark out for free without interruption. Okay, so we've done the pre-lamp area. Now I need to go do the lever. So go to the far right corner back here. Up to Slaughter. And then I'm gonna more or less hug the left side until we get to the door, which is already open but has a mob in it. So sometimes you can get hung up on him a little bit, but a lot of times you can just squeeze through. And then go to the left in this room, down these stairs. You might want to kill the Bell Maiden sometimes, but I usually just quit out. But I quit out too soon there. I quit out before it kind of canceled out that last step like I was talking about. So therefore the light was still purple and I was about to warp out there in the run, but then I realized it was still purple. I was like, wait. So I'm glad I noticed that. That would have been heckin' awful. Alright, so this boss, he takes a while to sort of activate. So I wait until I open the door, I walk forward a bit, and then I pop my pellet, and then I'm just standing there waiting for him to actually do something so I can react to it. So I walk in roughly to this block here, just ahead of it, and I lock on as soon as I can so I can react to him. He does an easy attack, L1, L1, and then 3 R1s. Probably could have R1 to L1 actually. So that's Chalice 2 done. Now off to lower. This is where the chalices actually finally get interesting. So I'm gonna remove this chalice, put in the lower one, which are 9 RB3s. And now the fun begins. This is where the bosses are still squishy, kind of, but they actually do significant damage now. So, gotta be a little careful. So after you go up this ladder, take a left, and take another left, and then take a right. And there's some red spiders here you might have to deal with. I learned my lesson on the last lever here, so I wait for the cancel out and then I re-pull it up and quit out. So it's nice and blue and not purple. Mark out, and then the boss is over to the right side. And you can use paper on some of these fights, but sometimes it's just not necessary. It doesn't really add enough damage to matter. So what I choose to do is open the door, then I pellet, and then I try and run in for a backstab here, which I do get at. So this first guy is clean, but this guy here, I do get the parry, but then the shot timing is so awful. I almost die there. That's such a train wreck. Fortunately, I do get the parry there though into a visceral. And then I kind of back up a little bit just to bait the gunshot here. And he dies to the double backstab. I don't know, I wasn't trying to do a transform attack there. I was trying to just trick my weapon back to the normal form. I just did it way too early. My brain, I got a little bit ahead of myself. Alright, so this layer is kind of special. There's a lot to do here. So I still do the lever first, but I need to go to the pre-boss area. But here, these guys can... There's so many of them, it's easy to get stuck at the door there. You gotta be a little careful. And this guy, so he's guarding the lever, but also you need ritual blood 4s. So I almost quit out, or I almost warped out instantly after the lever, but I need to murder him for a chance to get an RB4, and we get one. So currently at 100% drop rate, which is amazing. And now we head towards the boss, but I need to go to the door to the right first before I actually get to the undead giant. So head right here. And this is going to yield me, I believe, 1 ritual blood 4 in the chest. And also, I need to get, more importantly, the haze extract, arcane haze extractor. Oh, it's 2. Never mind. It's 2 RB4s. So yeah, that's definitely worth grabbing. And now I run up here and pop a bolt paper to make these guys a little bit squishier. So 50% drop right now. Then I swap to my elixirs. And then pop the elixir while he's dying. And that's another drop, so that's 66% drop rate, which is very nice. So one is mandatory. You have to get 1 drop, but we've gotten 2 already, so it's just a free time save on top of getting the necessary one. Nice roll timing there, not gonna lie. Okay, now I'm off to the boss. So I'm gonna buff the bolt paper and then door. And then pellet about here just after that last patch of grass. And I don't get the staggers, so therefore I get absolutely destroyed. It doesn't matter though, because I have 1,000,000 health. And visceral, and he's dead. So a little scary, but you know, that's what I was saying, like, The bosses in lower are relatively squishy, but they can pump out some insane damage. And I don't know, it's kind of, when I get 3, you definitely don't need to get this one. But I have 2 that drop, so it's kind of like, it's kind of iffy if I even need to get this one. I feel like it's a lot of effort for one RB4 with all the easy mobs to kill for drops, but I go ahead and get it just to be, I guess, safe, I guess. I guess. Now we head this way to get, to pull the lever. That's pretty much it. And if I didn't have 2 drops already, I would also kill this mob at the lever, but I don't need to in this case. Thinking back, if I actually killed this mob before looting the illusory wall one, and he dropped one, then I wouldn't have to get it. I should have maybe gone for that gamble. Sometimes it's just hard in the moment to really process it all. Look at this glitchy door. Alright, so instead of baiting his gunshot into a double backstab, I just quit out at the lever and don't even mess with him. Okay, and now for Yellow Rom. It does suck doing Yellow Rom 3.5 hours into a run, but I don't know. It's just, it's so painfully slow to do a normal fight with her. Like, she's so squishy. I just can't help myself. It just feels right. Alright, so I walk in a little bit here, and there's a spider in the front that just kind of is invisible for a while. It's really weird, just off to my left there. Don't even see it spawn. Now we're gonna do transform openers. I'm gonna get hit here. I'm gonna probably heal, yeah, and then I get in position to just smack her. Like, even hitting her head at this, on this fight is still some decent damage, it seems. And now this illusory wall opens up. And so this is layer 4. So I need to do some more RB4 pickups. So first things first, I'm going to go to the lever. So run straight after the lamp and then wrap left pretty aggressively to get to this next door here. And then go around to the opposite side of the ladder to climb, and then head to the right. And most of the time this enemy's not really an issue, but sometimes he can queue up some really terrible attacks. Just like as you're coming out of the iframes from the lever pull. But yeah, he didn't do anything that time. And now I get my elixirs ready. And then at the end of the stamina bar, pop it here. You don't have to do this, but it just, I don't know, what the, depending on the position of that patrol there, they can absolutely wreck you, so I choose to pop one. And I have a bunch of elixirs at this point anyway, so I might as well use them. Go ahead and take the, I get stuck on this guy for like 6 hours. Go ahead and take the cocktails off. I meant to do that earlier. And then I quit out here to reset the red spiders. Because if you don't, they'll chase you till eternity. Or for eternity, rather. And so at this point, I don't need to kill any more mobs. There's still 3 more mobs I could kill for RB4 drops, but I just don't need to kill them. So I kind of change up the order of these chests here. I go to the right first to get the singular one. And then this guy does like the most insane shit and hyper runs to me. And then I get these 3 here. And then I just get out because I have the 9 that I need. So pretty dang good RNG in regards to Ritual Blood 4s. Alright, now I extend my cleaver before engaging in this fight. And then at the end of my stamina bar, I'm gonna fire, swap to pellets, open the door. You can fire after the door too. Yep, you have time. I just chose to do it early there. Now I run into this, roughly to this first block, maybe a little after. Pull back, lock on, dash, L1, do a regular R2, lock on visceral. And then I look down a little bit and move forward towards this arm, R1, L1 for the stagger, trick my weapon back to normal, 3 R1s on this leg, go to the other leg, 3 R1s. And then I do an L1 for safety, but he's already dead anyway. And run to this back, it's like back middle, just off to the right for the lamps. So that is lower done. Really good RNG and pretty good execution, so we saved some time there. Now the arcane haze extractor I can now utilize to convert the yellow backbones into 99 haze. Then I get 9 pellets to cap out 2 bastards, and I have a surplus 6 there, but I don't actually want to use them because I want to have extra insight for later. I still need to buy some chalice materials and also gear and bells and stuff, so yeah. Alright, and now defiled. Oh baby. The run already got a little spicy and lower, now it's gonna get way spicier and defiled. The cool part is, I think at this part of the run there's no longer any need to farm materials. Everything, as far as like ritual bloods go, I can buy all the ones I need. And then the actual chalice materials, I'll still need to buy a few things. Alright, cancels out, we quit out, mark. Now off to the keeper fight. This strat is more or less just pellet and then just do a bunch of parries, or a bunch of gunshots to try and parry. And then once you get a parry, you can do a combo to damage and build up meter. But this fight can be so trolly too. So I start shooting, try and time out the parry, R1, 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 L1, backstep, parry. I don't get it because they don't attack, but there we go there. No, I don't even backstep there. And then that hits the column. It's like 6 feet away, but it hits the column. But fortunately this works out here. You want to shoot pretty soon there when she's low, because if you let her get her fire buff off, she becomes dramatically harder. Alright, so that's her down, and now we're going to do the lever for layer 2, and then we're off to Defiled Watchdog. So light this lamp. And I run across this like elevator here. You don't need to activate it. It's a tighter line. That's the only reason I run across it. Now it's a little bit faster to go down here instead of to the right and up. So you go down here and then a wrap to the left. Careful of these urns, because they can blow you the heck up if they throw a molly. A little stamina to make sure we get to the lever. And then do the usual quit out. Get the heck out. And now before I open the door to the fight, I need to make sure my paper and my pellet are already popped, so I can just run in and start doing the combo instantly. Alright, so paper here, pellet here, and open. Alright, so I run to the front right leg. Stamina manage at that little contraption there. Do a full combo. Back up a little bit. But here's where something happens. I get hung up on the leg and get pushed backwards. So I don't get the normal combo that I want. So this let's just say stuff happens. And I don't have enough damage to get the break there. So I almost die. This is so bad. I thought the run was over. I could have killed him right here. But I chickened out. With that HP and what happened, I was scared at this point. Yeah, it's so painful to watch that happen. I mean, I had 2 deaths in this run. I absolutely just completely messed up that fight. And several others already. But I've been grinding this for a while now without any PBs. So I was just ready to get out for a bit. But I'm sure I'll run this again down the road. Anyway. So pop the elixir there. Go in this door, drop in the pit, and go to the right side. With a little stamina management. And then what I do here is I'm gonna get behind the lever. And then I was gonna quit out for some reason, but you just mark. And then I pull up the quit out menu for safety. Alright, for Amy, I use bolt paper and a pellet. I like to bolt before the door. I need to change up what I do. I used to kind of run in a little bit to like this block and then pellet and just wait and then react to whatever she did. But now I've been going in underneath her and doing the pellet, and it doesn't feel right. I need to recalibrate this fight. I usually pellet like there on that little stone, but I go all the way here, pellet, and then if she lasers, I break her leg. It's not good damage, it just staggers her so you can hit her head, but I missed the headshot. And then here I go in too early, so I get smacked, so I need to heal. And then I miss again. This fight is a train wreck already. And she's puking, so I go to her other leg to stagger. Hit her head a few times, or a couple times, hit her arm. I miss so many hits already. At that stagger, extend my cleaver, hit her head here. One more for the stagger here. Transform my weapon, charged R2, visceral. And then I'm able to finish her off. A headshot, and then a couple arm hits. Kind of sloppy, but at least the last half was pretty good. Oh man, it's so painful to watch some of this back. Like, what am I doing, man? Alright, now we're off to the Queen Chalice. Alright, so again, like, I don't really need to focus on picking up anything extra in these chalices, except the, I guess the Beast Claw, really. And everything else is just pretty much levers and bosses, which is nice. So slight stamina management here, so I can get to this door. And then kind of go at a right angle here to get to this ladder. And hug the left and cross the bridge to the door in the sort of back corner. Over to the right here. And then I go to the right side. You can go left or right here to wrap around. Go like this. And then I believe it's to the left. Yeah, go to the left here. This is one of the danger zone mobs. So what I do is you can't like quit out at that lever flush with it. You have to be somewhere else, or else he just re-aggroes. Alright, and then I get rid of my torch and get ready with the gun. This guy you can use paper on, but I just use a pellet. Alright, so I run in sort of just past this column here. Pellet. Lock on for a parry. Gives me an easy attack, parry, dash L1, L1. Parry the second attack, charged R2, L1. And then I kind of play it risky here. I do way too much damage, and I know I do too much damage, so I have to run in early and go for the backstab. He almost got his weapons transformed. And he does get it off here. You hear it just before I hit the backstab, he gets it off. So if he would have gotten away there, it would have become very dangerous. Unfortunately, he died. Alright, so that's layer 1 done. Now it's time for the lever and the headless bloodletting beast. Which I actually love this fight. Like, yes, he's trolly. It's so satisfying, though. Something about it. I get my little nook here, pop my elixir while I'm waiting. You can go to the left of that boulder, but I don't know, I like to do it like this. Alright, and so, honest to God, if I die at this point in the run after I pull the lever, the run's over, because I lose all that money. So I have to just hope that I can get behind the lever, quit out against the wall behind it, and then mark without dying. Very scary. And now for one of the more fun fights. So I pop everything before, and then I do an opening R1, L1, and I can stagger his arm there. Trying to do some L1s for meter buildup. There's a stagger there, hit his leg a little bit. I kind of was greedy with that L1. And he does a slam here, careful, that's a lot of damage. I think I heal, yeah. It's one of those moments where like, I'm low stamina, so I choose to just heal in the fight. I got greedy there. I got so greedy there. Still a decent fight, honestly. Alright, so we'll take that fight. Could have been cleaner. I was greedy once or twice. And now for the final layer here, I need to just go pull the lever and then we fight the queen. And this is a part where I could afford to use an elixir. I think I have a surplus one at the very end of the run, but sometimes you just... I feel like more often than not you get good RNG here. So I just kind of went for it. Oh, with the way your stamina works out, it's pretty easy to get hit by his molly and you just get knocked off the ladder. But he wasn't chasing very aggressively. So if this guy hits you very similar to how he just did there, with you trying to interact with the lever, if you do it just right and you hit like the probably 2-frame window, you actually get the lever activated and it like does the animation by itself while you're free to just go ahead and mark out early. But I didn't quite get it there. I'm not exactly going for it, but if it does happen, it's pretty cool. Now the queen fight, pellet before the door. And then I don't even use paper on her. If you're gonna use paper, I think fire's the best versus bolt fire. So I sprint in, lock on, slow down, R1, 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 dash instantly, R1, L1, R1, L1, and I would go for another R1, L1, but I have to just get out of there because the baby's crying. And then she cries again, so I can't do the backstab. And then I go for a parry here because I'm out of stamina. And then she should be close to transitioning. Maybe now I can go for the backstab. Yeah, let's go for the backstab. The baby cries again, but I'm in a visceral, so it doesn't matter. And then we go for a double backstab. The baby starts crying there, so I get stunned. I was trying desperately to get that R1 off, but it's okay. It was still a pretty good fight. Just the baby was a little trolly. It's okay. I just the main concern in that fight to me was not being able to go for that transition backstab. That one's huge. All right, so that's done. Now we're supposed to buy 3. I only buy 2. I'm supposed to buy 3 2s. I only bought 2, and then I bought 6 3s, 9 4s, and I'm supposed to buy 18 5s, but I already bought 9 of those earlier, so I just need 9 5s at that point. I did that for a reason. Alright, now Ailing Loran. So, in a trophy run, as far as chalices are concerned, this, you would only have to really do layer 1, and then once you get at the beginning of layer 2, before you even get to that lamp, you would get the beast claw and you'd be done with the trophy run, pretty much. But, this category, I have a lot more to do still. So, on we go. Alright, so here at the top of the stairs, I chuck the cocktail off to the right side, get my bolts ready, pull the lever, and as I'm trying to do the inputs to mark out, I just move more safely to the left side. Alright, so this boss is the Beast-Possessed Soul. The beefy version, much harder than the other one we fought in the second chalice. So what I do, I don't buff at all at the start. I just run in to this back corner. Sometimes I do front corner, sometimes back, and then while he's running to the cocktail, or doing whatever the f he's doing right here, then I buff. Because you have to, I feel like you have to wait more often than not anyway, so I just buff more or less for free while he's just wasting my time. And you can do this like really cool loop here. He's gonna do a little backstab flip, but if you just keep locked on and keep him kind of up against the wall, you can usually get that loop. Sometimes he breaks free, but most of the time that works. So good fight, really good fight. I'll take that. So this part, I gotta go all the way to the lamp first, and then we backtrack, which feels very weird to me because I've done so many trophy runs, but so get the lamp and then backtrack here. This is all for the beast claw, and sometimes depending on when you buy the weapons, you would probably get a trophy here. But I haven't bought all the weapons yet from the Echo Baths, so I'm not gonna get a trophy for picking this up. Not yet. So go up this ladder and then hang to the right and go across this bridge. Trying to get my stamina just right to get to the door, and it looks like I did a good job. And this is a pretty beefy chest. It takes a while to open, so much like a lot of the chests, especially the big ones, I quit out for this. So go for the open, quit out, loot, then mark out. Alright, so here, drop into the pit, and then go to the right, and there's a closed door. And then we can go to the left. And we go up both flights of stairs. So that's one, and then up this flight too. And then I go to the left. And then through this door I go right. And then I elixir. And then I go left. And this room is very scary. So I can't just sort of put out at flush with the lever. I need to get behind it, put out. And then when I come back in, I heal to be safe, but it actually almost gets me hit again. You can see, I was just like probably a frame or two away from getting clobbered there. Now the boss is off to the left side, and this boss is this is BSB. Like this one's pretty tanky, but with the stats, it feels more or less like the original BSB in the base game. Not too bad. So she's jumping, so we parry. R1, L1. Go behind her. With that attack, we can double backstab. But I do L1s anyway. I don't care. Now she's in this weird, awkward stair part. I don't know what's going on. Trying to get some extra meter here. One of the weirder fights I've had. I whiffed a hit there. But it was still an okay fight considering. Alright, and that's layer 2 done. Now the final layer. So after this lamp, we're gonna go straight up the stairs, hug the right side. There's gonna be some red spiders. And then we're gonna wrap to the left afterwards. So light this lamp. Go straight across here. I got rid of the cocktails because I don't think I need them anymore. I think I'll equip them for Hintertomb for the pig fight. So this door here, there's the red spider. I roll that almost every time. Then there's a door here, and then we just go straight, I believe. Straight ahead to the lever. And quit out. And mark. Nice. Alright, the final boss is Aberrant Beast, and I just, man, I am way overdue on some practice on this guy. I practiced him the other day for a while and felt really good about the fight. And then this happens. Oh, Lord. Maybe it's more an issue, instead of practicing him, I just need to warm up on him when I start a run, or before I start a run. Because this is just sad. See, one of those classic I'm gonna heal and just get hit again moments. Look how many, he's just so awkward. Dude, what am I, this is so painful to watch. This is so bad. Okay, that might be the worst fight that I have in this entire run, looking back. Anyway, off to Lower Loran. So I'm gonna go to the insight bath here and get 2 blooming cold blood flowers, and then restock my pellets. And that's it. And now I'm gonna create the Lower Loran chalice. Alright, so here we're going to head to the left after we light the lamp. And we're going to cross this big bridge. Open that door. And then there's going to be some stairs. We're going to wrap up the stairs. And then head to the left side when we get to the top here. There's a door. And then go to the immediate right, but watch out for the spider. And then cross this bridge. And it looks like our stamina works out nicely for this door. And then I believe it's straight across. Yeah, straight across to the lever. And then just a classic quit out here. Into a warp. And then straight across to the boss, which is a Loran Silver Beast. This guy, this mob like almost always blocks me here. Kinda makes me wonder if I should kill it before I even get there. Unusual boss like entrance here. You gotta climb a ladder and then go to a door. Alright, so I kind of fire almost instantly, go to the top of the stairs, pellet, kind of run in, just punish whatever he's doing. I probably could have backstabbed that. I should have backstabbed that. A really good fight though. It was kind of an accident that it went that well, but it was pretty smooth. And now this part, after we light the lamp, I'm gonna go to the back right ladder. And then sort of hug the lefts, and then once we get to the stairs, drop all the way down. So light the lamp, and then go through this door and go to the right. The back right. You can see the ladder right there. So go up this ladder. And then hug left to a door. Like so, and then drop down immediately to the right. Go all the way down, and then hug the right again. There's a crazy enemy here, so be careful. And then we're gonna do the classic quit out. Mark. And now it's time for Aberrant Beast number 2, which is straight across. Surely this one goes better than the last one, right? Right, guys? So same thing, extended cleaver. I think I fire before. Yeah, fire before and then pellet after. I can probably do both after the door, honestly. Alright, let's see how we do this. Trying to do some transforms for meter build up, getting some nice dashes in there. Okay, another terrible fight it looks like. Going for a stagger here, so I can visceral. If you get the stagger and the visceral and everything, like, this fight becomes a million times easier. I feel like it's just over at that point if you have... You're not, like, some stupid BL4 damage or something. So yeah, it was a little bit of a hiccup at the start, but pretty decent fight, honestly. Especially compared to the first one I fought. And now the Loran Dark Beast. So after we light this, we're gonna go straight across and up the stairs, and there's 2 doors here. So we're gonna go to the far door at the top. So there's a door right there, but you keep going to this next one. And then you go straight across to this other door, and then you go to the right. And there's a super scary silver beast bro. Safe to quit out here. Mark out. And now the Loran Dark Beast is going to be off to the right side. So I extend my cleaver. And I fire and pellet both before the door. That way I can run straight in and just do the opener. So what I'm supposed to do, and what my brain just didn't want to do for some reason, like I practiced. So fire, pellet was the roll L1, R1, R1, L1, and then the next rotation is R1, 3 L1s, but I did not do that for some reason. I think I was getting ahead of myself, so I run kind of to this front right leg, Roll L1, R1, R1, L1 for the stagger. And this is where I'm supposed to do R1, 3 L1s, but I do 3 R1s, L1s, so that is not enough damage to stagger her. So then she gets away. It's so bad, man. Oh, it's so painful to watch. And she backs up like 6 miles. It's so punishing. And I just go for all L1s here. And then I thought I was in the clear, but then I was like, let's go for a charge R2 and whiff everything. Oh my god. It's so bad. It's so bad because, I mean, I know it's a hard fight, but like, I practiced this so much and it was going so well. And even in the last run I finished, it was flawless, absolutely beautiful. And then this. It's just sad. Alright, now we're off to Hintertomb. And I don't have the right ritual bloods here because I mentioned earlier I only got 2 RB2s. I was supposed to buy 3. So I got really confused for a second here. So I gotta go back, buy another one, and then we go back and make Hintertomb. Man, even watching this back and just talking over it is exhausting. Obviously because it's been 4 hours. Over 4 hours, but also it's just my brain trying to process what the heck I was doing in the middle of this run sometimes. Like, what the heck? Alright, so we go straight off the ledge here. And then there's a ladder just off to the right side in this little pit area. And then go straight past this guy and hug the left side. And there's a scary mob here. And then there's an open door and just go straight through. And this is one of those levers I think that you can't quit out flush on. This is the way the mobs aggro. I might be misremembering. So what I do here is I go behind the lever and quit out. And then I mark. So I might need to mess around with that a bit more. Alright, and so the pig boss is to the right here. I need to warm up to this boss more because I keep messing it up. So what I try and do is hug the right side. And sort of just past the 3rd column. Is usually where he was hitting when I was practicing it, but I just said screw it and I just used the cocktail. I'm supposed to do another charged R2 there, but I just decided to do an L1, I guess. So what I'm supposed to do is charged R2 into, that's a backstab, do another charged R2, and then, no, visceral actually, but I couldn't visceral there. So backstab, visceral, backstab. But I couldn't do it with the way they're positioned. Alright, now we're gonna go straight up the stairs to the far door. All the way up. So skip the first door at the top, go to the next one. And then straight across, and this part's kind of weird because you have like the poisony slowdown, and this guy also throws poison knives at you. And then you can also hit you here from behind, and so this mob can kind of get in your way. You need to drop off to the left side of this bridge. And once you get in here, careful of these diseased rats, you need to kind of run to the right immediately. Scary mob at the lever. And we're just gonna do the normal quit out here. Until warp. Alright, this is the undead giant with a cannon, so he's off to the left side here. So all I need is a pellet, so I'm gonna open the door first, kind of run in a bit, and then pellet for this one. And I get shot there, and wow, he almost killed me. Look at that damage. Insane. Yeah, I just find it easier to just do it like this. Run in, it kind of avoids the cannon, and you get the extra initial damage, and then you just pretty much beat the crap out of his right side. Easy peasy. Alright, so coming up after we light the lamp, and we go to the far left corner of the room, and then we go right, left, right. Sometimes, like, when I get to these layers, I'm like, oh yeah, I know what to do already without looking, but it's nice to see the notes ahead of time just to kind of remind yourself, like, where you are. So all the way to the far left corner. And there's some poisony water here. And then also you get some more poison here. Some buildup. So then you go right and then left. And I believe right again. Up these stairs. Another scary mob with a gunman. So nice little quit out here. Into the warp. And now we're gonna do a really, really squishy BSB fight, which is straight ahead. Don't even need to use buffs on this version. I mean, I guess you could maybe, but I think it might make the fight harder. On top of that, I don't have enough pellets to have the luxury of even popping one here, because I need all the ones I have left for the next 6 bosses, because I don't want to have to restock for like one fight. So I just run in, she goes for the jump attack, so I lock on parry, charged R2 into an R1, boom, boom, boom. Then I run and jump just off center to the right. Okay, and that one's done now. We're getting close to the end. The next thing we need to do is the lower Hintertomb. So I just go ahead and I derped out here. I lost like 10 seconds not realizing what was happening. I was trying to remove the chalice, but I did it earlier when I was trying to make the other chalice. But then I forgot I already removed it, so I was trying to remove it a second time. So yeah, really, really silly mistakes in this run. Just silly mistakes alone probably cost me 2 minutes easily. Alright, so at least we made it here. Now this part, the elixir before this door is, I feel, very, very important. So we're gonna head off to the right side, all the way to the far right door. But before I open the door, I'm gonna pop the elixir. Watch out for that trap. So elixir, door, and then go up this ladder sort of in the middle of this room. And then there's 2 mobs here with guns. Head to the left. Go through this door. You can get shot in the back here, but with the elixir, I feel like it discourages it pretty heavily. And then straight across, you can see me zigzagging a little bit just to be safe. And I believe it's to the left. Yeah, downstairs to the left. Another scary mob. And you can quit out flush with this one as well. Okay, and then mark out. Alright, the first boss is going to be a brain sucker, a very squishy brain sucker, so straight ahead. Just gonna use a pellet, but not until I get into the arena. So open the door, I'm gonna head to the left, and I keep an eye on the boss too. See if they actually move. You can see them sprinting across. So I go ahead and pellet a little bit early, and then react to whatever they do. So we're gonna dash, and then just a bunch of L1s. Easy peasy. Alright, run off here. Alright, coming up after the lamp, straight off the ledge, kind of similar to one of the other chalices. You run off the ledge, and there's a ladder in like the pit on the right side. Then wrap the left stairs. So light this lamp. Go straight ahead, straight off the ledge. I kind of just, I don't even know if I roll here. I don't even choose to roll, I don't need to. And there's a ladder just to the right here. Now we go straight through this door. Wrap the left side. After you, sometimes you need to kill this thing. I feel like more often than not you need to kill that. And then go around here, straight into this door that's closed, and then straight ahead to the lever. I think this might be another danger lever, where I need to either kill the mob or quit out behind the lever, and I choose to quit out behind the lever. I'm not 100% on some of these levers if I need to do these things, but I'm pretty sure. And now the boss is to the right side. This is the Madman double NPC fight, and it can get really, really hairy really fast. I feel like even the first NPC by themselves is a bit of an issue, but it gets really scary. When you get them low enough, the other NPC aggro's in, and then it's just chaos. So I try and transform my weapon here, but I get interrupted. I guess I don't really realize it, so I'm going for the transform saw cleaver with jump attacks. Is actually really nice for NPCs. You can see my capture card derps out of here pretty heavily. I think I need a new one. Now watch this. Look at that dash. Oh. Alright. The last one's really squishy. He only takes like 3 hits. A little bit sloppy, but I've had way worse. Alright, upcoming after the lamp, we're gonna go straight, and then we're gonna go up a ladder on the right side. This should be straight across. There's probably a door after we light the lamp. Let's see. Yeah, straight across, open the door, ladder on the right side. I have my torch out because I can't see. And then do not cross the bridge here. Just go up the ladder, take a left, open this door, and then take a right, and open this door, and then take another right, and there's the lever. Should be a flush quit out here. No? Okay, I don't know on this one. I need to test some of these levers. That one might be a dangerous one too. Alright, and the final boss here is the Themerian Elder, which I keep messing up the pellet pop. I'm supposed to pellet before the door. I keep popping the pellet after the door for some reason. But my thinking is pop the pellet before the door and you want to just sprint to the boss and get to him as soon as possible. And more often than not, you're going to be able to do a backstab opener. It doesn't always work though. But fortunately, I got some good RNG here, because even running in and popping the pellet after, he gave me a really good attack. So, double backstab. Hit him once before he teleports. And I was able to do another, it was another easy attack to punish. Another backstab combo. Hit him before he teleports twice. Honestly, a really good fight. I should have gotten punished way harder in that, but I didn't. Alright, that's that chalice done. Now, the final chalice is the Isz Chalice that I need to do. So let's go remove this chalice, create the Isz on the far tab, which is what those pearl slugs are for. Alright, first things first, after this lamp we're gonna drop into the pit and then go backwards, and then hang left, wrap the stairs, and then through the door is the lever. So lamp should be on the left. So as soon as you go through this door, drop in the pit and roll backwards, go through the tunnel. Alright, and then hug the left side. Wrap up the stairs, go through this door, and it should be up a ramp, or up a staircase rather. And for these, I don't really quit out for a lot of times, the brain suckers. I feel like they're pretty easy to play around, but I did almost get hit here. You can see him just to my right. Let me get out of there. And now this first boss is a brain sucker, so I'm gonna... It's a pretty tanky one, so I bolt and pellet before I open the door. That way I can just sprint in and start attacking instantly. Alright, so react to whatever he does. I still, even watching back, I don't know what happened there. Maybe that's just a unique attack he does, different from other, like, normal brain suckers that I'm not used to. Because I don't fight these bosses very often. I need to practice that guy. I was so confused as to why I got stunned there. Maybe just from that distance it looks weird, I guess. I don't know. Alright, next thing is the emissary fight. So we're gonna light the lamp here and then take a left up the stairs. And there's an open, like a wide open door. And then as soon as I go through that open door, I'm gonna go immediately left again through another door. So up these stairs to the left, there's an open door here. And then to the left immediately, open this door, and then we have a couple of spiders aggroed to us. So because they're coming in, I will quit out for this. You can see, roll over, quit out, mark. And then the emissary fight, I feel like an important thing to note on this fight is, well, the way I do it, every 4 hits the boss staggers, so you can use that to your advantage whenever the boss is queuing up the lasers at the end to interrupt it. That's like my main focus. So I open the door first, and then I buff bolt and pellet. And then I'm just trying to do some transform attacks where I can for meter buildup, but more importantly, trying to count my hits. So there's 1 stagger, 4 hits. Here's another stagger. 1, 2. I'll go ahead and heal to be safe. 3. And then I wait just a second. I see the queue up for the lasers. I interrupt it. I keep getting hit there. I keep getting a little bit greedy. But you can see how useful those 4-hit staggers are. And I heal for free on the elevator. Alright, last layer. So after we light the lamp here, go all the way to the open door in the back right. It's going to be against the wall. Not on the right wall, but on the wall furthest away from you. Because there's another chalice layer earlier in the run where you go to the far right door on the right wall, but this one's the back wall. And it's already open too. And then go around here. I almost get hit by this boulder. You can hear it falling there. And then to the back side of this ladder on the left side, and then I believe I crossed the bridge. Yeah, cross the bridge here. Like so. And then this one, I don't think I quit out for. I'm trying to remember. No, I do. I just say screw it. Alright, final boss. Deborah. So go to the left here. And this one's, because you don't have the opener like you do in Upper Cathedral with her being just kind of AFK. The way you come up on her. This one's a bit harder in that regard. Because you open the door and she aggroes. So what I do is open the door first. And then I sprint in to the right side. And then I buff bolt and pellet. And this is my last pellet I even have on me, so I have to make this count. And I try and do as many transform attacks as I can. Roll that, because it's a dangerous attack. Should stagger there, get a few headshots in, and then hit the tentacles a bit. Get the stagger on the tentacles, hit her head a little bit. And then she should stagger right here. 1 R1, pop all of my madmans. Then we should have 58 insight now. And now it's time to stock up on, we gotta get the hand lantern, we gotta get all the weapons, all the gear through echoes, and then all the gear through insight, and a couple of bells. So hand lantern, all the weapons I don't have. And we should get a trophy here soon, if we did everything right. So many things to buy. And a trophy should pop up. There we go. Old Hunter's Essence. And then all this gear. You can see how much money I have. I have like way too much money, but it's okay. What else am I going to use it for at this point? Alright, so all the echo purchasing is done now. Bottom of the first tab, there's 2 bells, small resonant bell and sinister bell. And then we buy all the gear with insight. And I will have 8 leftover insight here, because it costs 50 exactly to buy everything. And then, just in the interest of looking cool, I guess, take off everything except the Arianna shoes. Alright, so talk to him, submit your life, skip the cutscene, and then close application. And then we check the time. And the trophies. 4:16:42. There we go.